Dan Campbell just like look at it and pin it up on a wall.
Yeah, this was like social media team go home. We don't need you, right? And they just didn't, no frills. This is back to work, back to business, back to the grind, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
What's next? They're going to show them walking into camp with lunch boxes?
Probably, if they show them at all. But it hasn't, in any way, that stuff hasn't diminished the fans' excitement for this team. And so I guess our question to you is, at 248-539-9797, why are you fired up? Why are you excited? What fires you up the most about this Lions season? A little change up here. Open the show with some Lions talk. We will get to what Scooble said last night. You will hear it today at 10:30 as he talked a little bit about this trade deadline, his thoughts, measures the Tigers' chances to win a World Series against other teams, and really good back and forth with Wojo about his elbow was sore in January comments. Hear all that today at 10:30, but we're starting with Lions. What fires you up most about this team? What are you excited about? Because people still want the tickets. They still want to be at training camp. 248-539-9797. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Hey, you injured? You know what to do. Call Sam. Everyone knows that Sam Bernstein Law will fight for you. You can give them a call and don't pay anything unless they win for you. Get the Bernstein advantage today at 1-800-CALL-SAM. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Scooble's comments at 10:30 as he followed up with the, my elbow was hurt in January. He followed up meeting with the media last night and sought clarification. And you could hear it. I'd be intrigued to see if the damage control was if people interpreted it as successful. In the meantime, we're talking some Lions as they report for training camp tomorrow, 248-539-9797. It doesn't feel like enthusiasm for this team and their chances has waned at all, even though they finished in fourth last year, even though they missed the playoffs, and even though there still is an undercurrent of cynicism in Detroit about the Lions, and there probably will be until they're raising Lombardi's trophy overhead and there's a parade down Woodward, which is understandable. These things die slow, painful, like long, case can be long, slow deaths to try and get rid of a narrative. But I think even the most ardent fan is scared, always in the back of their mind, that the Lions are going to let them down. But with that said, this has been a different incarnation of the Lions, and this year they're doing things differently. No question. There's little in-house hype. They've told the social media people that you take the month off for like the last 4 months. Not really, but you know what I'm saying. They're not hyping things up as much as they have.
There are other things too, like there's no joint practices. It's kind of a big deal over the last few years. Enjoyed those. Not going to do those anymore.
Yep.
So that's kind of a no nonsense approach. We're not showing anybody anything.
Yeah.
I don't know. Does it feel or does it seem like there's fewer practices open to the public this year?
It feels like it. Yeah, it does feel like it. But people still wanted those tickets, and boy, we heard about it when they were snatched up quickly. But what excites you most about this team? I do want to bring up one thing because we talked about important rookies, and I want to remind people that our guy Kang had his finger on the pulse of the draft of who they were going to take. And then he also went off the board with another rookie to pay attention to. And Kang just reminded people the undrafted free agent that you love?
Yeah, he's an undrafted free agent, so the odds are against him, but I wouldn't be completely shocked if linebacker from Oregon State, small school, Eric Hunter made the team because he's kind of exactly what, the thing is he came from a smaller conference, smaller school, but other than that, he looks the part, fills the part. Like as far as he's got size, athleticism, played all 12 games, led the entire conference in tackles. And his teammate from the year before was also an undrafted player, made the Minnesota Vikings roster in 2025. So there is some history of them being able to develop maybe these type of undrafted players that are NFL caliber, though, right? And I feel like there's always these stories throughout, every training camp with every team. But I think Eric Hunter is a guy to look to. Obviously, the Lions let go of Alex Anzalone. They really believe in Jack Campbell, your boy Doug. Mm-hmm. But Derek Barnes is the other linebacker. Maybe, on the other side of his career, you have Malcolm Rodriguez who's coming off an injury. I think there's a possible spot for him, especially if you can play special teams. And of course, we all know that's how you make the team, mostly as an undrafted guy. But I think that's a guy to look out for. And so with the rookies reporting, that's kind of I'm going to be keeping an eye on.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Darren in Sterling Heights here on 97.1. Hello, Darren.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up?
I think flying under the radar is kind of cool. But the key to me is guard to guard, right? Mahogany, Mays, and Ratledge. What can they do there? Obviously, our game plan is going to have to be blow people off the field because I'm still real skeptical about that defense, as I'm sure everybody else is. But the schedule is favorable and certainly a chance to get back into the dance, So once that happens, anything can happen, right?
Darren, you've touched on something that's incredibly important, that they got it right with Cade Mays, that their guards, they're young guards that they've invested in, and there are some options, but they're Mahogany and Ratledge in particular are likely to get the first crack at it, that those two, that the arrow's still pointing up and the learning curve is still steep, and they're still climbing that learning curve. And it's, it's an astute observation because this team, one thing that they like to do and have been able to do is run the football. They have one of the most dynamic backs in the NFL. And, it's been said a million times about the importance of protecting Jared Goff. So it doesn't need to be said again. But, yeah, really, really big thing that those young players develop. Of course, the veterans don't report till the middle of the next week, I believe. But the rookies report tomorrow.
Yeah, I think the expectation that the center position alone should be better is fair. I think it should be better. And, no offense to the guy last year, because he was good, but not great. It was good enough, I guess, to be a starter in the league. But he was playing out of position. He was a guard, not necessarily a center, and kind of on his last legs in the pros. Well, now they got a guy who is a center. That's his primary position. He's young enough here, and apparently has a little snarl when it comes to the run game. So I like that. And the idea of this team being able to run the ball more effectively is quite appealing. We'll see what it's like with Pacheco instead of Montgomery, but at least it seems like up front they've got the right horses up front this year.
Feedback coming in from D in West Ottawa. Fired up to see Laporta back. He is a weapon. The offense is more complete when he is in there.
Well, they missed him desperately last year.
No question.
Pointed out yesterday, he only played 9 games for the team last year. And when you go back and look at a 9-8 record, Laporta makes a big difference. And when you're without that top tight end who they lean on a lot, that's not making your offense all that efficient. When you go back to some games at the end of the season that they lost when they didn't have him playing, and it's like, yeah, I get it. That's not good. They need to have him.
And he's like Goff's security blanket, and he's a playmaker. And that was huge news earlier this week when he got full clearance.
Yeah. Tight end is every quarterback's best friend. It should be.
Yeah.
The short, intermediate routes, and he gets open, and he catches the ball. He's a complete tight end.
Mark in Grand Rapids sent us the following text. I'm excited to have a competent offensive coordinator that lets Dan Campbell do what he does best, be the head coach.
That'd be great, but I don't know. I know nothing about, Petzing in this situation here because he was in Arizona. It's not like Arizona had a great offense. They were limited for sure of what they could do, and he worked with what he had, but it's a different set of circumstances here with the Lions. It's a much better team to work with. I don't know what to expect out of this offense or what we're going to see. Hopefully it's at least as good as it was last year, but even better would be the real expectation on it because they changed coordinators for a reason.
What fired me up last year was the loss to Minnesota to a fifth-string quarterback with zero effort. Most embarrassing loss of my life. Can't wait to see how they let me down this year. Signed, SOL in Allen Park.
Oh. Sorry, Saul.
Yeah. Do you guys think the closer we get to training camp and Taylor Decker's still a free agent, that he could come back as a depth guy for us? Sam in Grand Rapids.
I don't think so. I think that ship sailed. I think that he was hurt. The Lions didn't offer him more to come back or that they were ready to move on from him. And the fact that he hasn't signed with anybody else at this point maybe just points to the fact he is going to retire. But if I were Taylor Decker and if I really wanted to play again, I'd stay in shape and wait and see what happens injury-wise with other teams around the league because he could be a coveted guy once injuries start to hit.
Here's my description of how I would handle Taylor Decker in the here and the now. I would not delete his number from my phone. And for 2 reasons. One is if either Blake Miller or Larry Borum can't get the job done at tackle, give him a call and talk about, hey, we need you. Let's go win a Super Bowl together. And 2 is if anybody gets hurt. So, yeah, I don't have him on speed dial, but I keep his I don't delete his number from my phone.
Fair enough.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. What excites you most about this Lions team, which it all starts to get interesting tomorrow when the rookies report and veterans come in next Tuesday. Please tell me if this Lions team is any better than the team that finished dead last in the division last year. It's from an unnamed texter.
Well, the offensive line is better. They're starting with a healthy Sam Laporta, which should help as well. I think the offense is better. Defensively, I can't tell you that they're better defensively. I can tell you that I would expect some guys to be better. I expect Hutchinson and Aleem McNeil to be better now that they're another full year away from the injuries that really hurt them severely, and with specifically with Aleem McNeil, he just wasn't himself last year, and now it seems like he is completely healed up from everything and in a full go. That's good. I expect other guys to step up too. Young players should improve from year 1 to year 2, like Tyleik Williams should be better from year 1 to year 2. He was okay last year, but take that step. Secondary, I have no idea. And that's the big question mark, and that's a major
It's a
concern
major
right now
concern,
because the safeties are excellent safeties when they're healthy, but they're not healthy.
And you didn't mention Laporta there being
I
back.
did with
Yeah, you did earlier. Okay. But anyway, so that and your record is measured against the relative competition that you play. The schedule looks far more navigatable than last year's. And
Beware the schedule game, but yes,
I know,
it
but we're
does.
leery of that, but
Yeah.
it does. And additionally, the difference between first and last place is 2 games. Okay? The Bears won the division with 11 wins. The Lions finished with 9. Do I think that this Lions team, with the schedule and getting some guys back here and the improvements you mentioned, is 2 games better than a year ago? Yeah, I do.
I do too.
Yeah, at least. Matt in Detroit, you're next. Hello, Matt.
Hey, what's up? So what I'm most excited about is seeing the, how the whole line has improved, because I feel like that was a problem. And, we got some good pieces. We got the shark hunter, what was it, Ratledge with the mullet out there fishing for sharks. I want to see how tough he is on the O-line. And then I texted, I don't know if you guys read it. So someone was on Facebook selling the Lions training camp tickets. I didn't buy it because I'm not stupid, but people are scalping them.
I guess we shouldn't be surprised. There's certainly a market for Lions training camp tickets. I mean, it's a magnanimous gesture by the organization to do something for free for the fans. Is it a shock that people are going to turn around and try and profit off that? No, it's not a shock. More text. You tell us what is there to be fired up about the Lions coming off of last year's last place finish. Our defense is a mess and our offensive line is a mess. Vegas has us at 10.5 wins with our offensive line being what it is. I don't see our running backs having a better year than a year ago.
Well, I would disagree with that. I think they have a better center. I think that they're better suited with Penei Sewell at left tackle because he's healthy, and Decker wasn't always healthy last year. They hardly practiced last year, and you're getting Sewell, who's an upgrade anyway. You get a year under their belt of experience from both guards who were effectively rookies last year, and you'll probably start a rookie at right tackle. That's a question mark. But they do have some depth there, and we'll see if Blake Miller starts the year as the starting center or not, or starting right tackle or not. But I think the offensive line is better.
248-539-9797. Let's go to David OSL. Hello, David.
Hey, fellas. Hey, I think a couple of things. They weren't as bad as their record was last year. In the last 2 years, smoke and mirrors with all the injuries they've had. Mm-hmm. Also, but on the other end, you talk about I think the offensive line is better, but doesn't the offensive line, like the hardest position to gel over? I mean, it's going to take a good quarter of the season before that offensive line's used to playing together.
It might, yep. And there's no guarantees with that. I like the makeup of the personnel better than last year's, but yes. But that's the challenge.
They haven't worked together.
No, you hope that the talent alone makes them as good as they were at the end of last year, and as the year goes on, they get better and better because there is gelling that is an important part of a line play. All right, straight ahead, Tarek Skubal addressed the controversy yesterday. Hear what he had to say next on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Look, we've had a big story the last couple of days in what is an ongoing saga in Detroit, and that is Tarek Skubal. And Skubal made the comments to Cody Stavenhagen in a story that ran in The Athletic about his injury and how he felt something wrong with his elbow back in January. As we read those comments on paper, you can read them and get upset. And people did get upset because it felt like he hid the injury from the Tigers so he'd win his arbitration case and didn't get it taken care of in the offseason. He did use the word subconsciously. He wondered if subconsciously it was because of the arbitration case, which is why, but he didn't say, I made this decision. He said, I wonder if subconsciously I was worried about the arbitration case. He spoke yesterday and clarified his position. And we'll get to what he had to say here in a minute, but there was a lot there. And let's get into it now with what Tarek Skubal, stud pitcher here in Detroit, back-to-back Cy Young Award winner and biggest name at the trade deadline available. He talked about, to further expand on why he prefers to stay here and do big things. Okay, now some people love this. Other people say, that's fine, why don't you sign here?
Right.
But he's got an agent that does an unbelievable job at maximizing your potential earnings at almost the cost of everything else. Like the Limerick stuff doesn't go over well with me. I think that perhaps there's been some advice that he's given Tarek Skubal that has not been good in terms of PR. But I don't think that's what Boris is singularly focused in. But he said the right things there.
Yeah, mostly said the right things. If he really wanted to endear himself to the fans, he would say, I want to spend the rest of my career here in Detroit. Now, if we can make that happen in the offseason, that'd be great. I would love nothing more. We need to see if we can open up those communications and if we can get somewhere on the same page. But we all know it's going to be difficult. But yeah, he said a lot of the really good things. When you talk about motivated to win for this city and the team that drafted you and the team that developed you, those are things that make you say, oh, wait a minute. Is it possible he actually does want to be here? It'd be great if he wants to stay here past this season. And I think he would like to, but money's going to talk.
Okay. It was brought up to him. Sure, you think you have a chance to win here, but wouldn't you have a better chance to win somewhere else when you look at some of the teams that might trade for you? Okay. He's says he believes it. I use this term all the time on the air. How good is your good? Like when you are on firing on all cylinders, do I think that team can win a World Series? Yes. The problem is their bad is horrific. Like they have proven already that their bad is horrific. And the only way this team really makes noise and makes a deep postseason run is if they just happen to be playing their best baseball when the postseason starts, provided they even make it.
Look, their horrific was in a month where they had a lot of guys that were hurt. We have seen flashes of the horrific since the team has gotten healthier, but it's just flashes. By and large, this team is playing really good baseball since June 1st, and they were just above 500 in the month of April as well. So, how bad is the bad? It is bad, but it comes with guys not being able to play. Right now, knocking on wood, this team has a lot of guys that can play, and other guys that are getting healthier and returning to this team, not only to the pitching staff but to the everyday lineup. Looks like Javi Baez is going to come back soon as well, so that's going to help things out and calm things down in center field. But people, when you hear a comment that once you get in, anything can happen, it's true. It really is. Now, do the Tigers have, if they get into the playoffs, are their odds as good as, say, the Dodgers? No, because the thing is, the Dodgers play a really good brand of baseball more often than anybody else in baseball. The Tigers are capable of playing that way, but for stretches of time like that, probably not.
Okay, we wanted to bring you the entire exchange when the whole topic came up about his elbow pain in January. So this is going to include Wojo's question and then like 2 more follow-ups so you can hear the whole thing in context when the comments, which has certainly irritated some fans here in Detroit, and understandably so. I think they're authentic and genuine, the feelings that fans have. When he had a chance to address it again, here's how the exchange went with Wojo yesterday. So there it is. AE, the whole time, says he thought he was going to be fine physically.
And I'll be honest with you, I can understand that. We've all gone through things in our life where something hurts and you're like, all right, do I need to go to the doctor for this? Let me see how it goes over the next couple of days. And then it clears up or it feels better and you're like, oh, maybe I don't have to, right? Should it be a little bit different when it's your livelihood? You know, like if I had something severely wrong with my throat, if I felt something was off, I talk for a living. Would I immediately go see a doctor or am I still going to wait a couple days? And the answer is I'm probably still going to wait a couple days. I can understand where he was at back in January. If he felt some discomfort, he's like, I haven't felt anything like this before. Let me see where it is before I really get freaked out about this to go see the doctor. And apparently it was trending in the right way, as he said. And then things changed when he had the incident in Atlanta in April. So I am a little bit more willing to give him some grace at this point than maybe a couple days ago when we first heard the comments or first saw the comments.
Okay, final thing here. Are there any hard feelings between you and the organization? This was interesting. Here's what he said. I can't help but wonder when I hear that, and this is where we talk about making the most money and Boris doesn't care about anything else. I'm not sure that if I were an agent, I'd want the player there during an arbitration hearing. Why is he even there? Because this is classic negotiation. Management and the team's going to downplay him, and the agent's going to overplay him. And so if you've ever sat in on a negotiation, there's a reason why agents do this for you. So you are far removed from and hearing any of this. And I'd really be intrigued to see if agents typically take their player with them.
Look, it's great to think that all negotiations can go swimmingly and smoothly and that no feelings are hurt and that you present your case and management listens to it open-minded and they come, you know what, you make an excellent case. We're willing to give you this money. That's not how things work. It's really not how things work, and it's unfortunate that you're right, that Scuba was there in the room to begin with, but I think when it comes down to arbitration, maybe that is the norm. I don't know. I haven't been in an arbitration situation like that. I have been in negotiations before, and yeah, that can get salty. And you might want to advise somebody to just listen to your agent and take yourself out of the equation altogether. And when he says his relationship with the coaches and the players hasn't changed, I have no doubt that hasn't changed. At least the guys you play with. He's the coach you play for. But when you get to experience the other side of it, the business side of it, and it leaves a bad taste in your mouth, well, like it sort of sounds like it did.
Sounds like it kind of did.
I don't have a warm, fuzzy feeling about him being able to consider coming back to the Tigers in the offseason like I did 3.5 minutes ago when we heard the other cuts, right? Because now it's specifically talking about the business side, and it didn't sound like it went well for him. He didn't like it, despite the fact that he won.
All right, Scooble has spoken. I don't know if this helps in any way, makes it better, makes it worse, but he gave more clarification on his side of the story. As we approach the trade deadline, 248-539-9797, Carson Anderson, 97.1. I set the table with a couple things here. One is, what excites you most about this Detroit Lions season? Rookies report tomorrow. Veterans in on Tuesday. We'll start to get some Lions content over the next few weeks leading into preseason football. Feels like the team, as far as excitement in the community, they haven't slowed down. But what is, for you, what excites you the most about this Lions team? Also, you've heard Scooble speak now, kind of defending his position and what he meant. And he tried to clear it up and basically said he thinks it was blown out of proportion. He's doing the hindsight thing now. Like, yeah, I wish I would. If I'd known, I thought I was going to trend in the right direction. I thought I was going to be okay. In hindsight, I guess I wish I would have done it back in January because I as it turned out, I had a setback and it wasn't okay. 248-539-9797. Let's talk to the people. Bill in Grand Rapids on 97.1. Hello, Bill.
Hi, how you guys doing today?
Good.
All right, Bill.
So I'd like to think one of the most logical options for a Tariq Skubal trade would probably be the Philadelphia Phillies. They're trying to chase back down the Atlanta Braves to win that division. And I think we could take Andrew Painter from them, which granted his stats are horrible, but we could probably throw him in the bullpen and develop him because he's a young kid. And then maybe Justin Crawford. And he's a center fielder. He's a switch hitting center fielder. He's probably hitting better than Outman can. And, it's another young kid we can try to develop to at least keep the Tigers on track for, not a full rebuild, to develop some young kids to trade for a 29, almost 30-year-old Tariq Skubal, who we won't be signing next year.
I always hesitate. First of all, I think, yes, if Dave Dombrowski's a GM of a team and they're in contention, and the Phillies are a unique team in that they're getting older and they've kind of are running out of shots. A window is maybe starting to close, so they might decide to give this thing gas and go one more time. Philly is a possibility. I don't think of them as the favorite. I also find it hard to believe that players that they are using at the major league level that they will want to give them up. And if they're using these guys, are they really going to move them? And specifically in the case of Crawford, are they going to move Crawford to create another hole?
Both of them, because Painter was the number one prospect last year for that organization. Crawford was number 3. So you're talking about two of their top 3 prospects from a year ago, and they're not top 3 prospects anymore because they have matriculated to the major leagues. Mm-hmm. So, and then you'd be looking at probably another prospect from their system, and you're going to want a top guy. So I don't know if Philadelphia would want to give up all that for a rental.
Has Painter been sent back down? I got to double check this. I thought that. Let me because if they're not using him, and he did have
he's at AAA right now.
Okay, I mean, I still don't know that they would give up on Crawford, but they might get Painter. Painter was terrible this year for them.
Yeah, he's been terrible. It was terrible last year for him, actually. The year before he was great, but last year and this year not so much.
Yeah, I would guess that it would be if it's Philly, could it be Painter and prospects? Yes. I don't think of Philly as a favorite to get him. There are some favorites emerging, and in my estimation, it's the Brewers and the Dodgers. I think those are the two teams based upon reporting and just kind of a hunch here, Scott.
A hunch. We like hunches.
If Skubal is going to get shipped out, I think the Brewers and the Dodgers are two teams that are most motivated, one for obvious reasons, another maybe not so much because the Brewers haven't made a big buy since 2008, and they've been very consistent in going to the postseason, but they're looking for more this year, and that they might go out of their typical pattern as a small market team and add a player like this, in which case the Tigers might have to pick up a bunch of Skubal's salary, but they also, both those organizations are loaded with the type of bats the Tigers would want.
They are, absolutely. Philadelphia is interesting because Dave Dombrowski just doesn't care. If you got an F them picks kind of guy in baseball where you don't have picks that you can do that with, but you have prospects that you use with those picks that you can do that with, I could see Dombrowski going over the top to make something happen where, okay, he realizes he's up against the Dodgers and against the Brewers or Tampa. All three have great systems. And he's like, all right, fine. And then he comes in with an offer and it's like, wow, that just happened. He's capable of doing that. We've seen him do that with Detroit.
Yeah.
So I'd be curious if it gets to this point, does Philadelphia really want to throw their hat in the ring for a rental? That's the biggest problem with this is it's a rental.
Feedback here regarding the Lions. Tony in a car says the Lions 11-6. Book it. Unnamed texter. I know we all think the defense is going to be an issue, and I do too. But it's kind of weird to say that when you think they have a top 5 defensive end, a top 2 or 3 linebacker, and I know it's a big if, but if their safeties get healthy, they have 2 of the best safeties in the league. And DJ Reed is not a terrible corner in a bad year, but I think he might have been hurt. And DJ Reed is not a terrible corner who had a bad year, but I think he might have been hurt. But you have 3 levels of elite players on defense, and we're all expecting to be atrocious. That's kind of weird.
I wouldn't use the word atrocious at all. I think the big concerns are about the secondary because you're going in with different corners and you're going in with safeties that aren't healthy to start the season. We don't know if Kirby Joseph's going to start or not. Brian Branch isn't. That we know. Mm-hmm. But Kirby Joseph might. And it seems like it's a pain threshold thing with him with this chronic injury he's going to have to deal with. But if he can play, obviously he's a difference maker. And they do have some other guys there. I was telling Doug off the air. Roger McCreary is a guy that we don't talk about.
Nope.
And he's brought in to be the nickel back. And is he going to be as good or better than Amik Robertson? And it's possible he could be better, which would be great. And then, the corners have to settle that out. The defensive line actually could be a lot better, which would be interesting. We've talked before about other teams adding more adults in the room, like specifically the Red Wings when they went and got some veteran players at the time that made sense. Mm-hmm. Adding DJ Wanham as a defensive end, it may not be flashy, but has it settled things down at the other defensive end where it's a guy that can get out there and play on most downs, be good against the run, provide a little bit of a pass rush as well. In the meantime, you're bringing in specific pass rushers off the bench in a rotation. And if you're expecting McNeil to be better and Tyleik Williams to be better and Aiden Hutchinson to be better, the whole thing is better. But they got to stay healthy.
Unnamed texter. I think Laporta makes another leap this year. Drew Petzing utilized McBride at a massive clip in Arizona and would expect the same with Laporta. 13-win season incoming.
I wouldn't expect the same thing with Laporta because he had nothing else to work with in Arizona.
Yeah.
They had to use the tight end specifically there because you weren't running the ball and you had no receivers. Mm-hmm. So you did what you did. This is a different team, which maybe you exploit Laporta more. He should. I mean, look, he wasn't healthy last year, only caught 40 passes and played 9 games. So is he going to have more production this year? If he stays healthy, he's going to double that production.
From an unnamed texter, this will be Tesla's coming out party this year. I don't think it's the worst take ever.
No, size, speed, the ability to catch the football. There's a lot to like with Isaac Tesla.
Okay, I just got 2 texts from 2 different agents about the Skubal interaction with the Tigers during arbitration. Very interesting perspectives. We will get to that today at 11:02 here on Karsch and Anderson. Open lines, 248-539-9797, 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Auto Law. Michigan and Duke basketball will not play each other next year anymore after their non-conference game was canceled today. It was supposed to take place at MSG December 21st and was to be broadcast on Prime, but the game had to move due to the geographic media rights deal the Big Ten has with Fox. They tried to schedule the game down in Miami where the Marlins play, but ultimately couldn't come to an agreement between all parties, according to ESPN. Duke will now just play Texas Tech at MSG on December 21st instead. Tigers and Royals getting ready for Game 2 of their series tonight. AJ Hinch spoke to the morning show today and said he's making moves at the deadline either around or with Tarik Skubal doesn't guarantee success in the future. Skubal will be the starter tonight. First pitch is at 6:40 here on 97.1. Pre-game starts at 6:15. Vince Goodwill of ESPN says LeBron James tried to get Kyrie Irving to Cleveland for a reunion, but the Mavs would not trade with the Cavaliers. Also from ESPN today, multiple team sources in the WNBA think this will be Commissioner Kathy Engelbert's last season with the league. And sadly, the top high school hoops recruit in Michigan is transferring out of state as Country Day's Christian Cast is leaving Michigan to go to Monarch Academy in Kansas City. At the Coldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, what's the look for?
So I saw that, the NFL is they're doing the annual ranking of the top 100 players, and they release a few names every day or whatever it is. They're at number 51. The 51st player on the list in the best of the NFL is Caleb Williams from the Chicago Bears. Now,
no.
Oh, sorry. Let me rephrase that.
Yeah.
Is Caleb Williams from the Hammond Bears.
There you go.
Now, if I'm just going by straight up talent, realized or unrealized, it's straight up talent. I think Caleb Williams is quite talented and might be in the top 100.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm going by actual results, I don't know how you can have him in the top 100, let alone number 51. He may prove everybody, hey, that was a wise pick because this year he could have this breakout year. His quarterback rating was 90 last year. There were only 21 quarterbacks that had a higher rating than him. And I don't think that 21 of the next 50 picks are going to be quarterbacks. Not that they all should be ahead of him just because they have a better rating, but just
I think I know what this is, and you should know better. This is typical media catering to New York,
Hammond.
LA, and Hammond.
Yeah.
They cater to those markets.
They love Hammond.
Yeah. So
can't get enough of Hammond.
That's what I think it is. All right. Couple things here. The Skubal sitting in the arbitration process. Couple of agents I reached out to and got some response here. One of them said players essentially have to be there. So it's not atypical for a player to be there. And added players can be offended by the process, but you have to understand that's what part of the process. Then he went on to say that the Tigers were likely incredibly respectful. And so just something to keep in mind.
Well, that didn't seem like that's what was Tarik Skubal was relaying
didn't seem like
yesterday to Wojo. Was didn't sound like it went all that respectful. It sounded like he was quite put off by that side of it. Also, while acknowledging it is the business side.
Yes, he did. He did acknowledge it. Then this from another agent. Boris had Skubal attend arbitration hearings so he would get pissed at the Tigers and not give a hometown discount when the contract negotiations began.
That means it's something we can get a group hug around, right?
Yeah, right. One of the worst people on the planet. What? Yeah.
Whether it's true or not, I like the idea that could be it, that the evil plotting mind of Scott Boras.
Mm-hmm.
That's genius, man. We got that text as well, Doug, from just a listener. And honestly, you can hate Boras. I get it as from a fan's point of view or, organizational point of view. But if that's true, if it were true, hypothetically, it's genius, man. It's honestly, I would do the same thing as an agent.
You know what he is?
You want to get Tarik, you're too nice. Why don't you join me for arbitration?
Yeah, right.
Scott Boras is to sports what all the Bond villains were to the Bond series.
He's Spectre.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I probably shouldn't have referenced a Bond movie, but I don't see
Why?
anything. Well, I don't see anything currently.
They come out
in
with
it.
Bond movies every 2 years.
I guess,
What's the problem?
that's true.
Yeah.
Still
they're
Spectre.
yeah.
Things haven't changed.
Yeah.
Is it still Spectre?
Sure.
I haven't seen any of the new Bond movies. I got
Well, you
a
did,
couple
and then you-
DVDs
yeah.
sitting at home.
Oh man, now you're
Where'd you
going
get
old
those
school.
from?
DVDs. Jeez.
All right.
Where'd you get those DVDs?
Those are yours.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
You listen to
Didn't I
soundtrack.
return one of them?
You did. You
Yeah.
did return a couple. They're not. They're Daniel Craig ones. That's it. So it's recent.
They're
20,
also-
20 years. Or whatever.
Yeah.
It's not like the film ones where you have to like go rent something from the
Yeah, it's not a
library.
Zapruder
or-
film.
VHS. Yeah.
No.
It's not microfiche.
Did you listen to soundtrack on record?
I had some soundtracks.
Listen, the soundtrack.
How do you think I got down
Bond
to
was
Passenger
great.
57 and Stanley Clark? All right. You remember when I shocked that listener?
He's still shocked. You bring it back up, and I'm shocked.
Mike and Shelby writes in regarding the Lions. Yeah, I don't think the Lions are going to beat the 10.5 over-under line. I think it'll be about the same as last year because of their defense, their corners, the safeties, and the interior offensive line. All have massive holes. We've downgraded at linebacker losing Anzalone, so every single game is going to be a shootout trying to outscore the opponent.
Well, the Anzalone replacement is going to be interesting when you've got Derek Barnes. They're really putting their chips in his corner, right? Because they gave him money, and they gave Anzalone a little bit of a bump last year, and then said, "All right, we're done." He was great for the Lions. Like, let's make no mistake about it. Alex Anzalone was a real plus player for this Lions defense, and it's going to look a little bit different without him roaming the linebacker position. But they have confidence in Jack Campbell for sure to overtake everything.
I don't know about Campbell.
Clearly, they gave Jack Campbell the big contract. They gave Derek Barnes money, and everything else is kind of up for grabs. I said to you during the break, I've got a under the radar player for this team.
Yep.
That I don't know if he's going to make a big impact initially, but I think keep tabs on this guy if he can stay healthy. I think Jimmy Rolder is going to play an interesting role with this team that may force some other people out, and maybe eventually it ends up being Rodriguez. I don't know, but if he can stay healthy, that was a guy that just looked the part for Michigan when he was healthy. He was good, like really good.
Yep.
Keep an eye on him. He's got just decent size, 6'2", almost 240.
Yeah, I mean, if when Jimmy Rolder was healthy, I'm going to repeat exactly what you just said. He was good. He was really good. And so he was unfortunately banged up for like his entire career. He was healthy at the beginning of last year, and he looked fantastic. So there's something to be
stay
said
healthy,
for.
young man.
They do need more from their defense. I'm afraid that my offense wins championship theory is misinterpreted as you don't need to play defense. You do need to play defense. It's important to play defense.
Oh, it's just like you need to score some points to win games. Yeah.
Are they going to win shootouts? Are they going to be forced to win shootouts? Yes. The good news is I think their offense is more than capable to get into shootouts. If things go right, I mean, by that, I mean development of young offensive linemen, which feel like physically upgrade, but can they mesh together as a unit and handle the game at NFL speed quickly enough to really be that upgrade we think they could be?
We always talk about players improving one year to the next. What about Kelvin Shepard as a defensive coordinator from one year to the next? It's a big year for him.
It kind of is, yeah. Though I would agree with that. Juan is next on 97.1. Hello, Juan.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
How we doing?
All right. Man, I'm excited for the season. Of course, it's football, but I'm super excited. But I'm much, much more excited for us to prove the naysayers wrong. I get it, us as fans, we got the right. We pay our money to go see the game, and whatever for merchandise, everything. But it's just like some of these fans are so negative, man. Like, you keep beating the dead horse. Yes, we should have beat Minnesota twice, which I believe would have got us, maybe win the division and got us far. We didn't do it. Okay, it's over with. Give the new offensive coordinator a chance. I mean, you hear these fans, man. Matter of fact, I have a solution. For all the fans, and I'm not saying you don't supposed to, I'm critical too sometimes, but I'm not going to keep dwelling on the same thing. For all the fans who just It's simple. Don't watch. Don't be a fan. It's not that hard. Like, I don't get it. You hear these people, like some of the callers you had today, they or the texted you, they're going to prove me wrong again. Well, guess what? They won't prove you wrong if you stop being a fan. Don't watch. Don't watch. It's that simple. Don't watch. Don't be a Lions fan.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've said this a bunch. This is a very safe place to be. Is my team's not going to win it all. It's a very safe place to be because every year only one team wins it all. And if your definition of same old Lions is essentially they lose the last game of the year, whether it be, or they don't make the playoffs or lose the last game of the year when they make the playoffs, it's a very safe position to take. But if you don't, like you said, if you don't want to get hurt, then probably it is wise not to invest emotion into it. But I've really come to learn over the years, everybody's feelings as a fan, they're valid to them. And so the undercurrent of suspicion or cynicism is a better word for this team is a very real thing, and it will be alive until they win it all.
Right, but I have one more thing I want to say. Sometimes I wonder, and I understand this is Detroit, this is a Detroit radio station, but sometimes I wonder, how do the fans in Buffalo, Baltimore, San Fran feel? Because them guys was invited to the party before we was, and they've been like unsuccessful. They haven't done anything, and I'm just naming those because they're top tier teams, as as the Lions did. So I just wonder, I wonder how does Buffalo, San Fran, and Baltimore fans feel because they haven't done anything either. And last take, guys, I got a bold prediction for baseball for a Tiger. I got my bold prediction: Tigers and Tampa in the American League Championship. I don't know who's going to come out. And Philadelphia Phillies is going to upset the Dodgers in the National League. That's my bold prediction. You guys have a good one.
Juan, I feel like we buried the lead there. He called up about the Lions and then gave us that. Philly over the Dodgers in the NLCS and the Tigers over Tampa in the ALCS.
7 and 8-year-old Gator is crying right now. He's very happy if the Phillies beat the Dodgers.
Gator was a Phillies team as a youngster because of?
The Bull, Greg Luzinski.
Yep.
And Steve Carlton and Mike Schmidt. But the Bull. His other comment, though, now I'm losing train of thought.
About the Lions? About fans, don't be a fan?
No, I forget. I just blew it.
All right. You're new here. It happens. Yeah. 248-539-9797.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was about the San Francisco, Baltimore, and Buffalo.
Yeah.
The difference is San Francisco has won multiple Super Bowls and just went to one not long ago. You might remember they beat the Lions in the NFC Championship game. Baltimore has won a Super Bowl, multiple Super Bowls, and so they've been to championship games as well. And Buffalo is notorious for losing the Super Bowl. Those teams, fan bases, they may be thirsty for more, but they've already tasted a lot. We have yet to get to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, Baltimore won a Super Bowl back in 2013. San Francisco's getting a reputation for losing Super Bowls. They've lost their last 4 or 5 appearances.
Oh, that's too bad.
Fair enough. Compared to us, yes, they have done
to go
more.
with the 5 or 6 wins that they have. So now they have 10 appearances or whatever.
I guess if you want, there's more. We have a more kinship with Cleveland fans.
Yeah, sadly.
But our problems are not completely unique. And Cleveland fans have actually a bit more of a worse feeling because they had a franchise leave and win Super Bowls elsewhere. That organization left their town and won Super Bowls.
Like as recent as 2013. Yeah.
248-539-9797. AJ Hinch joined the morning show. We'll have the best of what he had to say. Very interesting stuff about the trade deadline, his approach to it. Should they actually buy? Hear what the manager had to say at 11:30 on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Attention golfers. Let Twin Peaks be your new 19th hole. If you're out hitting the links this weekend, cool off after your round at your local Twin Peaks. Why go to Twin Peaks? That's easy. For starter, nothing cools you off better than their 29-degree draft beer or cider. They pour all your favorites into a mug that has been chilling for a minimum of 12 hours. It's a bone-chilling 29 degrees as it comes out of the tap. They have the digital thermometer right there to prove it. There isn't a golf course in the state that can offer that up. And now pair it with the food from Scratch Kitchen, and you'll never want to stay at the course for that old hot dog again. Hand-smashed and seared burgers, house-smoked brisket and ribs, hand-breaded chicken tenders and boneless wings, light and fresh salads with house-made dressings. They got it all to help you recoup after a long day on a course. I love the menu. Gator loves the menu. That tells you how diverse it is. And get ready for an action-packed Saturday as they got not one but two pay-per-view boxing events featuring Anthony Joshua taking on Christian Prenga, as well as Earl Spence Jr. taking on Timmy Itzu. Wall-to-wall TVs bring you all the action so you'll feel like you're ringside. And the best part, the beautiful Twin Peaks girls serving up all your favorites. See the difference today. Twin Peaks eats drinks, scenic views. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Gator, I will give you the answer.
Was this like Jeopardy?
Yeah, kind of.
Okay.
And you tell me what the question is.
Okay.
The answer is the Winnipeg Blue Bombers.
Who was the Canadian Football League team from Winnipeg?
The question
they play
is,
last night?
Actually, they did. I think they played
there were some
Saskatchewan.
CFL games.
Yeah, yeah. When the Tiger game ends and you're looking for sports and you watch the basketball tournament with the Wichita State alums taking on the New Mexico alums.
How do you tear yourself away from that?
Because I love the Elam ending. I love that way that those games end. Yeah, I'm not convinced it's not a better brand of basketball. Not the players, but the way they do the end of games, which is with a target score at the 2-minute warning or when they reach the last TV. I guess it's when they reach the last TV timeout. I think they add 8 points now to the whatever teams winning. If you're winning 60-59, they add 8 points.
First team to 68 wins.
First team to 68 wins. So it takes away all reason to hold the basketball and all reason to foul. And every game has a game-winning shot. And then I flipped on the CFL. I was on one.
When you say Blue Bombers,
Yes.
I'm going to guess it's somebody that plays for the Blue Bombers, perhaps a quarterback or some position to where everybody's like, oh, that guy, that's that where he's playing?
No, so the question is, which CFL team owns Diego Pavia's negotiating rights after he got cut by Baltimore the day before training camp started?
I saw that this morning, and I was like, what, this just happened? He didn't even make it to the first day?
He didn't make it to day one. He got kicked out of school before it started.
Because they wanted to add another offensive lineman to the roster, and they already have 4 quarterbacks, and Diego Pavia can't beat out one of those other 3 quarterbacks or other 4 quarterbacks? Really?
He apparently could not.
I don't think that was it, Gator. I think, when you go to a Cedar Point or whatever, they have those rides where you have to be this tall. They have that at Baltimore. And he showed up and he was like, you're a little short. You're out of here. Sorry.
But there are diminutive quarterbacks in the NFL. I think that might be part of it, but I think the bigger part is what comes out of the guy's mouth, his decision making. Perhaps that is something that has teams going, yep, nope, not, nope, never, nope. What he said, at the Heisman Trophy ceremony was ridiculous. The way he acted when he didn't win. And heck, even throughout the night, popping the gold chains and the whole bit.
Yeah.
That's nobody's going to be happy with that. Sitting with all his boys and all that. That's not a good look. And then what he had to say afterwards.
Yep.
Not good.
No,
and he went undrafted, right?
Yeah, and he signed with Baltimore and
talented player.
The question, and
a lot of heart.
Let's be clear here. People having like their dreams die is not something we celebrate here.
No,
but Buddy didn't do a lot of favors for his own personal reputation with some of his comments and the way he acted. So, next stop, Winnipeg.
Maybe Winnipeg if he feels like doing that. And look, there are plenty of other examples of players that have really done some stupid things that you would think you could lean on and say, I'll never be like that. And it's not that long ago you can say, I'll never be like Johnny Football.
Right.
But he is Johnny Football. He's Diego Football. It's a little bit of a different breed, but it's the same thing, right? Diego Pavia was great in college.
Yes.
He was
cool. It was cool
tough
story.
as nails. Yeah, he would will his team to victory, and he was fun to watch.
Yep.
Just like Johnny Football was fun to watch. But it comes with some baggage. Apparently too much baggage for the Ravens to say, yeah, we're going to let you go before training camp even starts.
Well, if you think about the crazy thing is Vanderbilt has existed for a whole bunch of years simply being a harmless little team in the SEC. And when that harmless team gets good, they become the little engine that could, and people jump on board and can root for them. And Pavia was the guy that led that. And he went the junior college route. Then he went to New Mexico State, turned around, and he was the reason why now you have he's the reason why you have 5 for 5 now, because he sued the NCAA saying his JC years shouldn't count. And it's funny to look at his career stats, because after 2 years of junior college, his first year, his career stats in football that I have on Football Reference is New Mexico State, class junior. That was in 2022. 2023, New Mexico State, class senior. 2024, Vanderbilt, class senior. 2025, Vanderbilt, class senior. 3 senior years. But really, I think people could have got on board and rooted like crazy for him the same way I think a lot of people just said, this Indiana story's cool. But Pavia and Fernando Mendoza are very different people.
Very different. You talk about polar opposites. Mm-hmm. One guy, incredibly humble, easy to like, a clean-cut guy, decent size. And then there's Diego Pavia, who's the exact opposite. Diminutive in stature, rough around the edges, and rubs people the wrong way.
Yep. Well,
but both talented.
Very talented. And maybe, you always wonder, is somebody ever have a wake-up call? And if getting cut before training camp even starts, it might have just been performance related. But in his case, you always have to wonder.
Oh, you do. Yeah. Yes.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, the best of what A.J. Hinch told our morning show coming up in a minute. Did you see, Gator, that the USPBL, that league out there in Utica with the 4 independent teams, which has really carved an awesome little niche in Detroit. They have their fall music classic announced. 3 days, 3 different genres of music. The first day is country, the second day is hip hop, the third day is rock.
Okay.
The headliner on Rock Night, I want to know how much this interests you. The Gene Simmons Band.
Gene Simmons from Kiss?
I assume.
Wow.
Yeah. Do you have any interest in the Gene Simmons Band?
A little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, I never saw Kiss. Never saw Kiss live.
Really?
If there was a show I should have gone to, it would have been the one in the early 90s when they came back to put the makeup on and play at Tiger Stadium. I didn't see that one.
The Gene Simmons Band is a solo touring rock project formed by Kiss co-founder Gene Simmons, featuring rotating musician lineups, playing solo material and classic Kiss tracks.
I'm trying to see who's in the band.
Oh, a rotating musician lineup, apparently.
Yes, but can you tell me who's in it now?
I don't know who's going to be out in Utica.
I don't either.
Well, you never saw Kiss, so I guess here's your opportunity, right?
This is true. Okay, I says, see if I know anybody on this. And the answer is the drummer is who I know. That's about it.
Yeah.
I might be curious. I don't know if it's enough to get me to go out there and see it. Interesting.
Yeah.
He's coming to Jimmy, or to what's the field now?
What's it called?
UWM.
UWM Field
Thank you.
in Utica.
Yep.
Interesting venue for
Ken,
for
you were
Gene
just there,
Simmons.
weren't you?
Yeah, I was just there last weekend.
And how was it?
It's good. It's a good time. I mean,
I love the stadium.
yeah,
It's great.
It's got a ballpark feel. You know, it's nice, and I feel like it's like, because it's basically in the middle of a neighborhood almost. It's downtown Utica, but I mean, literally the street over is houses. You know, like a subdivision, right? And
Yeah.
So it's got that nice feel.
It's right on M59.
Exactly. So yeah, we have a good time. I mean, I don't mean any disrespect by this, but I don't have to pay attention to the game at all. You know, like I just,
it's just
you mingle, you talk, you eat, you drink. You know,
like walking around the carnival.
yeah,
you know?
basically.
They're fair.
Like,
Yeah.
you don't have to.
Oh, hey, there's baseball over here. Let's check it out. Meanwhile,
What are they doing?
I got a taco and a beer, and we'll see what's up.
Dude, this is pretty bad. I was forgot, it was my mom came with us because we had a bunch of my family, and someone asked who are these guys playing? And I said, well, it's like semi-professional baseball,
college kids,
and and so I'm like, these guys, they're not that good. None of them are going to make it to them, majors. I mean, a couple have, here and there, but generally not that good. And my wife turns to me and goes, quiet down. We were sitting above the dugout. And I was like, oh, God. I was like, they didn't hear me.
It's not like you're with 35,000 fans like last night's Tigers game where no one's going to hear a word you're saying. It's like, 800 people at this field, and King's like, I know these guys got a shot at making it.
I'm like, they're terrible.
Thank God you weren't there with Rieger.
I know, right? Oh, God. Rieger. He could announce the
Rieger would be the Diego Pavia of that night. He'd get kicked out before the game even started.
More than likely.
Straight ahead, A.J. Hinch, his thoughts on what Scooble said about his injury, feeling his elbow hurting back in January, and if you keep Scooble, should you buy? What did the manager say? Hear it next on 97.1.
If you're looking at your home and you're realizing that it's time for a new roof, windows, or siding, the biggest hurdle is usually finding someone that you can actually trust, right? Because you're going to spend a lot of money fixing those problems. This is why you need to call Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding. They've got over 30 years of service right here in our beautiful state of Michigan. Shaner has built a reputation that's frankly unmatched. We're talking about a 4.9-star Google rating that's backed by thousands of homeowners. And you don't get those kinds of numbers by accident. You get them by doing the job right every single time, because they are a local family-owned business. They skip the high-pressure sales tactics. Instead, they provide a true, honest assessment of your home's needs. And when the job is done, you're protected by a lifetime transferable warranty. While other companies are being bought out by outside investment firms, Shaner stays committed to our community, and they're here to stay. When you're ready for quality that you can count on, make sure you visit Shaner Roofing at mymichiganroof.com. You'll get the 5-star treatment that your home deserves. Again, at mymichiganroof.com.
All right, we're going to have to shift gears here because we have breaking news, and it's big news in the NBA as a saga has apparently come to a close. According to Shams Charania of ESPN, NBA insider, who seems to break every story, LeBron James has made his decision. He is signing with the Philadelphia 76ers on a 2-year, $8 million deal.
Wow.
$8 million? $8 million?
Didn't people report earlier that he's not going to take a pay cut to go anywhere? And I'd say going from, a salary, what was he, north of $50 million down to $8 million is taking a pay cut to finish up his career and chase a ring with Philadelphia, where he joins Jaylen Brown and Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey. Wow.
Honestly,
Anthony Simmons and the rest of the crew.
I'm pissed.
Well, you're pissed why? Because he's not a Piston?
For $8 million, we would have offered 8.5.
What if they did? It's clearly not money. That's not why he went to Philly.
I know. I'm pissed that he didn't come to Detroit. We had the money. We have Cade. I mean, I'm not pissed at the Pistons.
No,
per se. I want to hear
right.
the whole story.
Yeah.
I'm just like disappointed that LeBron is now in the East. He's still a good player. If you don't think of him in terms of what he was and just think of him what he is and what he's likely to be, that guy would help the Pistons. And the fact that he could sign for an amount that they could have afforded is mind-blowing. And I'll tell you what else would have happened.
Okay. All right.
I'll tell you what else would have happened. Right. Had LeBron James agreed to come to Detroit, you know what would have happened in 3-2-1? Jalen Duren agrees to Pistons' offer to play with LeBron.
Maybe that's why he's not a Piston. You know who I'm going to be pissed at right now at first blush? The Boston Celtics. They gave away Jaylen Brown. And they absolutely gave him away. They gave him away to Philadelphia, and then Philadelphia looked incredibly appetizing with, Brown and Embiid and Maxey already there. That LeBron looks around and says, well, it's my last kick at the can in the NBA. I got to win a championship. Where am I going to go? I want to pick a different team. Do I have a better chance of winning in Miami, playing with Giannis? Or going back to Cleveland and playing with that crew?
Well,
or do I go where Jaylen Brown just went to Philadelphia? Thanks a lot, Boston. And go there. Because let's just say that had Jaylen Brown been traded to the Pistons, had that happened, would LeBron have signed with the Pistons?
I think you have to think it might have been the case. I'll tell you this. I don't love the Pistons offseason. What I like is they've reshaped the supporting cast and turned them into shooters. They are clearly going the direction of, we're going to try and free everything else up by loading up on guys who can shoot. But they hit no home runs. They made some good moves. Moves I endorse. Stamper, I'm definitely on board with Isaiah Joe. Love that sign, that trade. Thought it was awesome. Definitely on board with John Collins. I think he fits that mold. And then there's other moves. We'll see how it works out. I don't have a huge expectation for Gary Harris, but if it does work out, it's going to be because he can shoot it. The kid that played at Baylor, Prince, Taurean Prince, he can shoot it. They've reshaped the supporting cast. However, I would trade all that in to get LeBron for, would they have offered 10? I mean, they could have afforded him, apparently.
Yeah, again, it's not money.
I want to know why not Detroit. He might say, would he answer that?
I think it's simple. It's Jaylen Brown, Joel Embiid, and Tyrese Maxey. That's why.
Okay, Detroit has Cade Cunningham.
Yeah.
Asar Thompson.
Asar Thompson, great. He plays defense, doesn't score.
That's a player that LeBron would love.
Sure,
a guy who plays defense that doesn't take shots away from
the top three for the Pistons to the top three of Philadelphia. It's not a comparison.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just say this. I think Detroit has a case to be made. I want to know why Philly and why not Detroit. Nobody's going to ask him that question.
Well, he came out with a statement, guys, and it's on Twitter. He just posted it. This is from LeBron James' Twitter account right now, or X, formerly known as Twitter. Mm-hmm. I thought I was done when the season ended. I wasn't ready to announce it, and I knew I needed more time to really decide. But I was pretty sure I played my last game. I was honest at the last press conference when I said I needed to look myself and decide if I still love this game. I still truly love this game and have more to give. The last few weeks have been really special. I've never been able to have no clue what it took. He wrote this, what to do and take real time to just think. I've had an incredible few months with all the people I love trying to figure it all out. This is my last decision. I'm not going for money. I'm not going for family. What am I really playing for at this point? I still want to sacrifice. I still want to work. I still want to grind. I still want to compete to win and have a chance at the feeling of winning another championship. I believe I can make the Philadelphia 76ers a championship team, and I'm so excited to energize a new fan base and start this incredible journey one last time. Thank you, LA, Miami. I'll forever love the Northeast Ohio, and Northeast Ohio will always be home. So he chose Philly because he thinks that team gives him the best chance at winning another championship. Not the Pistons, not the Heat, not the Cavs.
Why maybe with Boston? Because Boston gave him that chance.
I agree with you, Gator. This is Boston's fault. Mm-hmm. Once they gave him the Sixers,
gave away Jaylen Brown.
Because, they were thinking addition by subtraction, but they gave him away, right?
Give him away to us.
Well, they gave him to Philly, and now Philly has a star-studded lineup. If Embiid's healthy, I know it's a big if, that team's loaded.
I'm pissed.
Who you pissed at, though?
I don't know. Let me just be pissed and sit over here and simmer.
Okay. You're going to simmer. I'm pissed at Boston. I think it had this. The Boston deal to Philly screams a lot of Dallas and Los Angeles with the Luka Doncic trade, right? It feels like if you would let everybody in on it, oh, you're trading Jaylen Brown. Hang on. Everybody get your best offers together. You'd get something a hell of a lot better than what Philadelphia offered.
I think they did. This is the best they could get.
Do you think?
Yes, because
really?
Yes, because once it became known that they were willing to offer Jaylen Brown for Giannis, and that didn't happen, the whole league knew Jaylen Brown was up for grabs, and the whole league didn't do much. And the Celtics had to settle for giving him away to the Sixers because they basically did not want Jaylen Brown on their team anymore.
Man, if you had known back, a few weeks ago when we were at Shanty Creek and we're discussing all this, if you were the Pistons and you could have, let's say, sacrificed Jalen Duren for Jaylen Brown, made a package deal around for Jaylen Brown to give them Duren and picks or whatever. If you had known then that you could have done that and then added LeBron James, and we would have had LeBron James and Jaylen Brown with Cade Cunningham and Asar Thompson and the rest, that would have been that. Now you're cooking with something, but they didn't. So now I'm pissed at Boston for.
I think I'm a little pissed at Trajan.
Oh,
little.
Okay,
little.
Right.
I'm more pissed at the situation.
What do you got to bring Jersey Shore about?
What?
You said the situation. Sitch. You upset with Sitch? What did he do? What does he have to do with this?
He's a douche canoe. No,
okay.
I'm pissed at the situation. A little pissed at Trajan because they went out and Philly went out and completely reshaped their team and have probably lapped the Pistons now. And the Pistons had the opportunity, as you pointed out, to do this, and they didn't. It wasn't a direct path to LeBron, and Jaylen Brown might turn out to be, Boston might be right. He might be the kind of guy you don't want on your team. But I'm disappointed that somebody with his talent took a discount to play somewhere else. When we're in the mix, we are in the mix. Whether he believes Philly is better than Detroit, that's fine. And LeBron chose Philly. We're in the mix. This is the kind of move that could have been made for Detroit. It didn't happen for a variety of reasons, but it could have.
I think you're onto something, Doug, where your anger kind of shifted a little bit toward Trajan. Because if Trajan Langdon makes the move for Jaylen Brown, that makes the Pistons a lot more enticing for a guy like LeBron James to come to and try to win it one last time. But when you have a roster of Cade and a bunch of other dudes, as much as I love Cade Cunningham, that's just not enough, especially a guy who's going to be 41, 42, 43, whatever.
You might be right that it's just not enough. But you know what it is? It's way more attractive than anything we've had here in a long time. And you don't have to squint real hard to see that the Pistons are a contender in the East like we used to have to do. And I'm pissed. I am pissed at Boston. I'm pissed at LeBron, and I'm a little pissed at Trajan.
Okay.
It's Carson Anderson. All right, LeBron to the Sixers, people. 248-539-9797, 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Karsh for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. It's time for Star Stripes and Savings on demos all month long. Pay just $189 a month for 24 months on a Silverado 1500 Crew Cab 2FL 4x4 with $999 down. $189 a month. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount and Chevy lease loyalty in the household, 10,000 miles per year. Demo may have up to 2,000 miles plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends August 3rd. The piece of pie is growing a little bit towards LeBron now.
Oh, or your anger?
Yeah. Because LeBron took a discount. Because LeBron took a discount to go somewhere else.
To go anywhere he wanted.
Yep. And for people just joining us, LeBron at this hour, breaking news, going to Philly. And Detroit just got lapped. And I dare I say, I can't shake this feeling that Trajan just got a little bit worked by an Eastern Conference GM. Not that he did anything specifically to hurt the Pistons, but while he made some subtle moves, a GM in the league in the conference went big, and
twice
went big twice. And I think he got the second move done because of the first move, and that move was probably available to Trajan as well. I want to be clear here. I don't love the Pistons offseason. I think what the Pistons have done is tried to reshape their team and make them more of a modern day threat offensively, to build put a bunch of shooters around Cade, but this one bothers me.
You know what really bothers
me? Or you?
Miami Heat social media department
that accidentally put up a post with a link to a LeBron news conference.
Little they know that link was going to be to a Philadelphia radio station.
Who was it? Was it Dwayne Wade that said LeBron's never taken a discount before in his career? Why would he start now?
Because he wants to win another championship, apparently.
He wants to do something else no one else has ever done in the league. It's 4 championships with 4 different teams.
And we qualify for that.
Yeah, well, it's technically yes. but he does play the percentage game, and I think he thinks his percentages are way better with the Sixers.
I would agree with him.
Right?
At this point, they are. The Sixers have the better roster, right? Certainly the better starting roster. And adding him to it, yeah, that makes them. I mean, they were already contenders, right? When they had Jaylen Brown with Joel Embiid and the rest of them. But now they've got LeBron James in the mix. Good grief, that things just got. I mean, the Knicks are like, wait a minute, we're celebrating a championship. Aren't we going to be dynastic here? Not so much.
Guys, relax. The Pistons got guys named Isaiah, Joe, and Prince again. Championship. That's from an unnamed texter. DJ at work writes, Doug, chill out. LeBron was never coming here. DJ, I'm not going to chill out. Oh. I don't tell you how to feel. Don't tell me how to feel. I'm pissed. Doug, I think you're getting some bad chemicals from your veggie burger. Philly is so much better than Detroit on paper. It's not even close.
Is that what you have today?
Well, I would argue it was close. If you look at the odds to win the NBA championship, they are close to one another. I think Philly was plus 2,100. Detroit was plus 2,400. That technically is pretty close. Neither of them are a favorite, but you guys should be mad at the Pistons. If they were aggressive and made a deal for Jaylen Brown or others, the Pistons might have been the team LeBron chose. Total failure by another Detroit GM. Wake up, Trajan. That's from Jay.
Well,
I'm a little pissed at Trajan.
They did try to work a trade that involved Jaylen Brown that would have brought Kevin Durant to Detroit.
Who's still out there.
He's not a free agent. You have to trade for him, even though it looks like the Blazers are not in the market to move him right now. They just think that there was injuries last year that were an issue and that they think that they're going to be a much better team with him. But I'd still try. That was going to be my question to you. Mm-hmm. Do you reach back out to Houston and say, hey, let's try to rekindle this. We're really interested in Kevin Durant. Is there a package that would entice you?
248-539-9797. Sam is next. Hi, Sam.
Hey, so I originally called about the Lions. What I'm most excited about, I like when you guys interview Goff on the radio, so that's what I'm looking forward to. And then, Doug, I emphasize with you, I am also ticked off because we could have offered LeBron many millions more. Him and Cade, they like each other, so why not come play here? Dude, you would have lifted the city up. You probably would have built you a frickin' statue for coming here. But not, whatever. Fame chasing and go get your ring. I'm sick of LeBron. Well, I hated him before, but I liked him because I hoped he was coming here, and now I hate him again. So.
Well, I mean, he took less money to fit into whatever cap situation Philadelphia had. He clearly thinks Philadelphia has the best chance to win the NBA championship for any team that he hasn't played for. Because that's the other thing that factors into it, right? If he's going to set records, he's going to have to go somewhere else other than Cleveland, Los Angeles, or Miami. So this is where he's going. I think it's hard to say that Philadelphia wouldn't be a favorite right now in the Eastern Conference anyway. I don't know if they're going to be a favorite overall, but it's a pretty good team they've assembled right now.
Independent of this, I want to ask you this. Do you like Detroit's offseason? Do you think they're coming back as a better team to win in this NBA?
I think they're a better
provided they get Duren back, sorry.
Yeah, there's a big provision there. And I do think that's going to happen. So yes, I think they're a better team than what they were last year. Unfortunately, I think the other teams in the Eastern Conference have also improved.
That's why I said independent of this. Kang, do you think they're a better team than they were a year ago?
I agree with you, Gator. I think the Detroit Pistons by themselves are probably, even if it's marginally, a better team than they were last year. That's not, like you said, though, Doug, I'm not including everybody else getting better.
Yeah, sure.
Too, though,
everybody else, especially Philly here.
Yeah. That's the question is, did everyone else get too much better?
Well,
more better than
I think they got lapped. I think Philly has lapped them. And, like I said, I'm a little pissed at Langdon. The reason I'm not super pissed at Langdon is because I don't love their offseason. But I think they got worked here a little bit by another GM in another city that said, okay, now, could it fail in Philly? I mean, why did Boston, typically a pretty good organization, give away Jaylen Brown?
Well, sure, it could fail. If you question whether or not he is locker room poison, that's fair to question. If you want to question Joel Embiid and the health of his body, that's fair to question. If you want to question, how much load management LeBron is going to do or how dedicated he really is to playing things out. If he was that close to retiring, is he really all in? He says he is, but can that? And there's lots of question marks with it. But on paper, it looks pretty impressive what they have. But there's lots of look. It may just be a house of cards.
Ryan Hanna from the Wing Wheeled podcast just tweeted out something hysterical. Wow, the Blackhawks could have had 2 LeBron Jameses for the price of 1 Patrick Kane.
Look at that.
Patrick Kane got more money than LeBron.
Was it 2 years, $8 million a year? Or is it 2 years at $8 million total?
Patrick Kane?
No, LeBron.
I read this as. I read this as.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
It's 2 years, $8 million. It's like 4 years. That is crazy.
LeBron, in NBA terms, LeBron took nothing. He took nothing. He's almost working for free.
I just saw something the other day that he had a stake in one of the European soccer league teams that he had bought, like in 2011, bought a stake in it. That now that that team is going for sale, and that he stands to make like $111 million off of that deal alone.
Yeah,
he doesn't care about the money, dog. He's got business ventures that print money.
Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Marin Buick GMC of Sterling Heights. Major breaking news in the NBA. According to multiple sources, LeBron James is signing a 2-year, $8 million deal with the Philadelphia 76ers. In a statement on Twitter, LeBron said, quote, "This is my last decision. I'm not going for money. I'm not going for family. What am I really playing for at this point? I still want to sacrifice. I still want to work. I still want to grind. I still want to compete, to win, and to have a chance at the feeling of winning another championship," unquote. LeBron's $4 million per year is the smallest contract he has ever signed in the NBA. Patrick Kane will make double the salary LeBron will over the next 2 seasons. Philly's projected starting lineup is now Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edgecombe, Jaylen Brown, Joel Embiid, and LeBron James. The Tigers will take on the Kansas City Royals tonight in Game 2 of their 4-game series. Tarek Skubal will start tonight against Beck Way for KC. Way is a rookie relief pitcher with a 3.22 ERA in just over 22 innings this year. If the Royals don't use an opener tonight, it will be his first career major league start. Skubal will take the mound at Comerica Park for the first time since revealing he knew something was wrong with his elbow back in January, but didn't get it looked at in part because the Tigers were taking him to arbitration. He said yesterday he wants to remain in Detroit the rest of the year because he thinks the Tigers can win a World Series. First pitch is at 6:40 tonight. Pre-game coverage starts right here on 97.1 at 6:15. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, Carson Anderson, 97.1. I'm going through a lot here and finding my emotions. I'm now pissed at LeBron. I'm a little pissed at the Pistons. I'm really pissed at the Celtics. LeBron choosing, because you know what? I don't think our GM had a bad offseason. I think the team has gotten a little bit better. I suppose by definition, if somebody laps you, you had a bad offseason. So maybe I should rephrase how I put that. But I think here we've got a team that's building, that's got a chance to take some steps forward, has done some smart things around the core. They got to finish off this Duren contract, and then through circumstance, a guy that's still really good in this league decides to go play free for a rival, and that irritates me because I kind of think it's BS. At the end of the day, though, Philly did some things that I give them credit for, and Langdon maybe should have got involved. Specifically with Jaylen Brown, which could have sparked the LeBron thing. Does Trajan Langdon, who runs the Pistons, does he respond now? Does he respond and try and do something else? There's no news. There's been no news on DeMar DeRozan, right? And there's nothing new with Durant. So, but I'm not sure that would really dramatically increase. I mean, Durant might dramatically increase the Pistons' chances, but whatever. I'm pissed. I'm pissed.
No, I understand. I understand you're not happy about this.
Well, I feel like I didn't know you could have a LeBron James for free. Now it's Trajan's job to know. So I'm not avoiding criticism of him here, but the Pistons just got lapped in the East.
Well, they got lapped because 76ers had a better roster to begin with. That's what happens.
Well, when they got Jaylen Brown.
Yeah. When they got Jaylen Brown, everything changes. And I mean, Miami sure thought they had him. I'm sure Golden State thought they had a real shot at him. Cleveland's like, oh, he's coming back. And nope, he's going to Philly. That's where he went. Keith Smith's an NBA insider with 186,000 followers. He said 2 texts, one from a front office exec and one from an agent, basically saying the same thing. Finally, now we can finish the offseason. Then he goes on to say, expect some other deals to start moving now that LeBron James has picked his next team. So does that mean we should expect the Jalen Duren situation to resolve itself soon? Or does that mean that other players like a Kevin Durant, does that pick up again? Or is Houston just saying, no, we're good with him. We're hanging on to him. We're going to try to make a run with him. We thought last year was just an injury thing, and we'll move on.
248-539-9797. Brian in Detroit. Hello, Brian.
Man, hey, fellas. How y'all doing?
What's up?
Man, listen, that's some bull crap, man. That's not even fair. Because what they're going to do is allow Philly to keep Embiid and LeBron healthy for the playoffs. Nobody's beating them in the East. There's no deal no other team in the East can make to beat them. That's the unfair part about it. And to go for $8 million, man, Doug, you and Gator could have came up with that money. How in the world?
I don't know about that.
How in the world? Listen, Brown and LeBron, and with the squad they already have, nobody, who's beating them? That's the worst part about it is the season in the East is basically over. There's no moves the Pistons could do.
Brian, I would say this, and I might be repeating myself. I mean, if you look at it on paper, if Jaylen Brown is truly locker room poison, that may not help. Joel Embiid is never healthy, so you don't know if you can count on him. And LeBron said he was within an inch away of retiring, so is his heart really, truly in it? All those things are factors. I'm just saying, Brian, those are things that might factor in that what could torpedo what should be a championship run. It could torpedo it before it even gets started.
I don't believe it, Gate. I don't believe LeBron was ready to retire. That man be putting out workout videos. You look at his workout videos. You look at him, man.
I gotta tell you,
stop working.
Brian, I didn't believe that crap either. I was pretty sure I was done. Oh, let's build the drama anymore. Let me make sure my story has more drama in it. I almost walked away. You're full of crap.
Hey, Brian,
listen, nobody in the East can make moves to beat this team. Nobody. It's over with in the East. And fellas, and if Embiid and LeBron is healthy, nobody in the NBA is beating them. LeBron is still a top 12 player in this league. Look what he did when everybody thought they was going to lose to Houston Lakers. And look what he did.
Let me ask you this. What do you think of Kevin Durant?
Huh?
What do you think of Kevin Durant? Because if you're this effusive in your praise of an elder statesman like LeBron James, how do you feel about Durant?
Kevin Durant, if he was on the Pistons, with what they have now, if they get Durham back, if they don't run into Philly, it'll be them in Philly in the Eastern Conference Final. But nobody's beating Philly. With Kevin Durant, they're not beating Philly.
Well, weird stuff happens. I'm not going to white flag it completely yet, but yes, Philly looks rather.
Yeah, they look quite formidable now.
I mean, given the fact, I'm really intrigued that Boston gave away Jaylen Brown. Like, does he go to Philly and poison that locker room? Does Joel Embiid get hurt? Does LeBron get hurt?
Well, Joel Embiid's definitely going to get hurt.
Thank you.
But that doesn't mean he won't be healthy for the playoffs, and which is all that matters. The Sixers, all they got to do is get to the playoffs. It doesn't even matter if they're a play-in team, honestly. They get to the playoffs with a healthy roster. That roster on paper, that should win the East. I don't know if they can win, against the Spurs or OKC in the finals, but they should be in the NBA Finals. On paper, they're so damn good. They have a great mix of veterans and young players and guys in their prime, literally, in all phases.
What Brian just said, though, is intriguing, and it kind of taps into what pisses me off. He's used the term unfair, and I don't know that it's unfair, but when a player of that caliber takes $4 million a year over 2 years, coming off how much did he make? 50?
Yeah.
It feels like it's a bunch of BS for everybody else.
Sure, but we're quick to knock a guy for taking all the money and not care about winning. So shouldn't you praise a guy who doesn't want to take all the money?
Dang, I know. I know it's completely contradictory, and I'm being a hypocrite. I'm just pissed.
This kind of feels like when Myles Garrett got traded to the Rams. Like, you were already pretty damn good. Now this is like overkill.
Except they're paying him a whole mess load of money.
Yeah, well, the Rams are. But yeah, LeBron James, obviously he wants to win a championship. He thinks the best path is with the Sixers at least getting to the NBA Finals. And once you get to the NBA Finals, you throw the ball up, right? Because look what the Knicks just did. I don't think a lot of people probably thought the Spurs were going to beat the Knicks. But once you get there, it's a different story. And they are loaded without a doubt. But I agree with you, Gator. You still play the games. Things can still happen.
Yep.
Brian,
I'm not with Brian on that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He says what can happen. No team in the East. Maybe no team in the East can beat them. Maybe injuries beat them. Maybe Father Time beats them. Maybe you're right. Maybe chemistry beats them, Gator. So there's a lot of factors they're still going to play. But right now on paper, the Sixers, I mean, if I'm a Sixers fan, my God, what a day.
LeBron volunteers to go to Philly. 248-539-9797. Chris is next. Hi, Chris.
Hey, guys. How's it going? I know. I'm sitting here. I'm getting ready to go to this Morgan Wallen concert tonight, and I see this come across my phone. And you guys know I call every once in a while. I'm a Pistons and a Knicks fan. And the thing that popped right in my head was the Knicks have like this weird butterfly effect, and they broke the NBA after seeing what all these teams in the East have done. But the other thing that popped in my head was I remember hearing the same exact thing, especially from the last caller that I heard, that it's over, when the Nets had Harden, Durant, and Kyrie. And those guys obviously got pretty close. They didn't get it done, but they could not stay and get all three of them on the court at the same time. And I seriously have the same feeling about this team. You might actually see that Brooklyn Nets team with Harden and them play more games together than you see Embiid, Brown, and LeBron on the floor. And you can't give me this, they're going to be healthy for the playoffs thing, because all it takes is one weird bounce for Embiid and his knee explodes, or his Bell's palsy flares up, or testicle, or anything. Pick an injury. I just don't see it happening. I still don't have a whole lot of belief in when you put these aging super teams together. They were saying the same thing. If LeBron went to Golden State, they're going to be too old.
Oh.
I mean, I know Edgecombe is great, and I know Maxey is really, really good and upcoming, but I don't have a whole lot of faith in the head case that is Jaylen Brown, and Mike knows that firsthand as a Celtics fan, and I don't have any faith in Joel Embiid.
I think giving up and just saying nobody's beating Philly is a bit extreme because this is sports. And there's a large degree of unpredictability. If we go back, and I think if we go back in time and really do some research on this, we can find a team that nobody was talking about that happened to win the NBA title. Oh, wait a sec, that just happened. Right. We don't have to go back in time. So it's not over.
These are pieces,
but still, I'm pissed.
These are pieces you still have to play together as a team.
We're getting undermined in the East by LeBron doing something completely out of character. And that is actually taking a massive pay cut.
These things have happened before where superstar players take massive pay cuts to chase a championship, and it doesn't always work out. Paul Correa did that to try to win a championship with Colorado. Went there for 1 year for, I think it was $1.4 million after he made $10 million the year before with Anaheim. Mm-hmm. Didn't work out. They didn't win the Stanley Cup, and they had a team with Solani to the mix as well. They couldn't get it done. So it doesn't always work out when you get the superstar to take the pay cut.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls in reaction to the breaking news at this hour. LeBron James takes $4 million a year, $8 million over 2 years to go to Philly. With a dramatic reading of his feelings as he puts out on social media how he was on the brink of walking away, but he still wants to grind. What a hero. Hey, your garage door works harder than you think. It goes up, it goes down, and after thousands of trips, it deserves a little TLC. That's when you call the pros at M&M Garage Doors, located right here in Michigan since 2011. They're offering a complete care tune-up for just $59. A simple tune-up will help extend the life of your garage door and catch small problems before they become expensive repairs. On top of that, customer service, top-notch. I know as a paying customer. Call 844-ONLY-DOOR or visit GarageDoorRightNow.com. M&M Garage Doors. Open your door to exceptional license 210-220-6147. All right, we had to shift gears here. We were going to play the best of what A.J. Hinch told our morning show today, including should they buy if they keep Skubal, and what he thought of Skubal's comments about his elbow bothering him in January, and had to get in-season surgery. We're going to do that at 12:30 now, but we got breaking news that kind of took over the show that LeBron James is taking his talents and taking no money and going to Philly. And I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated because it feels to me like the Pistons got lapped. That makes me mad at Trajan. But I'm frustrated that the one caller called, I think it was Brian, called it unfair to have a player take like $4 million a year. Could you imagine how those negotiations went down? Like his agent's talking to Philly, and Philly says, "Well, we don't have any money," and they say, "We don't care." Or maybe it was the other way. LeBron said, I'll take almost nothing. I just want to go there and play. And look, to Philly's credit, they created a roster that LeBron wanted to be a part of that he feels like has a better chance to win a championship than Detroit. That's good for Philly and bad for Detroit, quite frankly. I thought Detroit made themselves a more winnable roster in the way the game is played now by hoarding shooting to put around the core. But they just got lapped. And part of it is because LeBron James decided to do something completely out of character and take less money to go win a championship, which is applaudable. Okay? In many ways, it's applaudable. But it doesn't mean I'm not pissed, and it doesn't mean I'm not a hypocrite because I'm being hypocritical. There's no question about it.
So Joe Shad posted this 18 minutes ago. Odds to win the NBA Eastern Conference according to FanDuel. The Knicks, plus 340. The Sixers are plus 380.
Okay, they were plus, I did a Google search. They were plus 2,100 an hour ago.
Well, the Pistons are plus 850.
Oh, is this to win the East?
This is to win the East.
Okay, I'm sorry. I looked at odds to win
the NBA
championship. The Pistons the third favorite?
No.
Who's the third favorite?
Boston, plus 500, followed by Toronto at plus 750, followed by the Pistons at plus 850, then Cleveland and Miami.
There's 4 teams ahead of them?
That's correct.
Yeah.
But this is why people talk about windows, guys, because you don't know what's going to happen every offseason. And that's not just injuries. That's just roster, reconstruction. And look I'm not going to say I saw this coming from the Sixers, getting Jaylen Brown and LeBron James, but that's why last year at the trade deadline with the Pistons, a lot of fans were like, go, and I don't know what was available, what wasn't, but they're like, hey, get aggressive. Get, Michael Porter Jr., get Trey Murphy, do something to try to capitalize on a number 1 seeded team with 60, maybe headed towards 60 wins to do something in the playoffs. And they didn't, and they played it safe, and then they saw where their roster was at, and they saw where they needed to improve. But then they tried to improve, and maybe things weren't available like they thought they were. And then look what happens elsewhere. You get lapped. And the Pistons were the 1 seed last year. What seed are they going to be next year? The 5th? The 6th? They might not have home court advantage.
Are they even going to make the playoffs?
Well, listen, I think they'll make the playoffs, but I don't think it's a shoo-in. Things happen. Orlando was supposed to be really good, right? Well, they're a playing team. Things happen.
248-539-9797. Drake is in Windsor. Hello, Drake.
How's it going, guys?
What's up?
Big fan of the show. I just wanted to call about LeBron and kind of talk you off the ledge a little bit. I think, yeah, for sure, we could have been in the Jaylen Brown sweepstakes, but, Boston gave up Paul George, who's making $50 million a year. Detroit doesn't really have anyone unless we were going to sign and trade Jalen Duren, which at that point, do you really think LeBron's going to sign here to play with just Cade and Jaylen Brown?
Well, I don't know if it looks all that awful if it's Jaylen Brown. I mean, would you rather Jaylen Brown or Jalen Duren?
Well, I'd rather have Jaylen Brown all day.
Okay, well then what are we talking about? Because you're adding a better player to the mix in addition to some of the other moves that they've made. I mean, LeBron James with Jaylen Brown and Cade Cunningham and the other mix of characters looks like a pretty formidable team. Philadelphia looks like a more formidable team.
Yeah, that's fair. I just think that Philly kind of has, Embiid is a question mark because of his injuries, but if you trade Jalen Duren to Boston, you have no one to play center, and LeBron's probably going to go somewhere else regardless. So, yeah, you would have Jaylen Brown, but you're not going to have Jalen Duren next season. and you'd kind of be, I don't know. I definitely agree with Doug's point of like the Pistons got lapped, but also it's like, what are you going to do and mortgage the future when you can still go in right now for a Michael Porter or a Trey Murphy or someone like that?
Yeah, that's a good question. All right, that's a valid point, and the ball's in your court, Trajan. You can still part with those draft picks and future assets. What was it? What was the reporting that there was three first-round picks for Trey Murphy?
Yeah.
And if I don't know, we don't know if it's true or not, but if it's 3 first-round picks for Trey Murphy, would you go get him now?
I mean, I would.
I would too. I would too. With the theory is I'm gladly giving up a bunch of late first-round picks because that's what you want it to be. You want it to be, you are doing this with the theory we're going to compete every year. These are going to be late first-round picks. This is a real dynamic scoring threat who can shoot from the perimeter. And you know, it's he'd immediately move into your starting lineup and make you more formidable.
Yeah. Let's also not forget that Cade Cunningham hasn't exactly been the picture of health in his career either. You know, the difference between what he and Embiid have played in over the last 5 years, the difference is like 40 games.
The Lakers with Shaq, Kobe, Gary Payton, and Karl Malone were expected to win it. Then they ran into the going-to-work Pistons. Anything could happen.
What happened there?
Andrew McComb, Philly? What a loser for Rio. Can you win anything on your own? Well, he kind of did in Cleveland. I mean, he was the... I'm glad the Pistons didn't get Mr. Flopper Boy. That's from Jay at Michigan Assembly.
Oh, boy.
The Pistons are 7th in the East right now. They got worked by multiple GMs. Well, according to Vegas, they're 5th in the East.
Things are tight in the Eastern Conference. I mean, it looks like there's... you don't want to totally disrespect what the Knicks just did, and that's why Vegas has the Knicks as the top team in the Eastern Conference. But what Philadelphia has done right now, those two teams seem to be elite status right now. Mm-hmm. Everybody else is tough. I mean, the Pistons, the Pacers are going to look tougher. Cleveland's going to look tougher. Washington looks tougher. Orlando looks tougher. Toronto looks tougher.
The Hawks,
Atlanta,
they actually gave the Knicks the hardest run during the playoffs.
Hawks are a good young group. Yeah. They are a really good young group.
It's a tough conference from top to bottom now in the East.
248-539-9797.
And by the way, the Eastern Conference won the NBA championship too. So everybody that keeps touting the West, take a good look at the East.
The people that are touting the West are doing so less and less.
Well, it's hard to do it when their team didn't win.
Yeah, right. And it was supposed to be, right? It was supposed to be a walkover.
Yeah.
More feedback here. The Pistons are working trying to keep a center who can't shoot. They love their forward who can't shoot, and this is an NBA that's all about offense. Well, to be fair, they added 3 players, 3 guys who will be in their rotation who all shot over 41% from 3 last year, in Collins, Joe, and Prince. So they've added shooting. There's reason to like what the Pistons did. But it's also, I think, undeniable that they got lapped now. LeBron to the Sixers, man. 248-539-9797. Caleb writes in, you can always rely on Detroit GMs or owners to not make moves to put us over the hump for a championship. Well, I mean, the one thing is that will spell out whether or not they made the right or wrong move is do the Lions or Pistons ever get to the mountaintop? They're doing it their way. It does seem like they have drafted and have really good players that they want to hang on to, which is a good problem to have, but they're doing it in favor of doing big moves from outside the organization, playing a little bit of the long game here. If they never get to the mountaintop, then it was a failed approach. But will they get to the mountaintop is the question. 248-539-9797. And I think they got a shot. Like, I think the Pistons are in good shape to be around in the East for a while. And maybe the right move will come up where Trajan will do something big.
Well, as
maybe
long as
this will spark him to do something bigger.
As long as they have Cade Cunningham, you've got a good piece to build around. I mean, that's a franchise player, a true franchise player who hopefully is just getting started and to really reach his superstardom. But in order to win a championship, you've got to add pieces around that. And Look, they've added. I think they're a better team now than what they were at the playoffs. However, the neighborhood got tougher too.
Sure did. Straight ahead, AJ Hinch. If the Tigers keep Skubal, do you want him to buy? Hear what he told our morning show next on 97.1. Okay, busy day in Detroit sports. And, look, breaking news in the NBA that certainly impacts us. LeBron James announcing he's going to Philly to play for free. In fact, he's giving them money.
That's how it feels, right?
Kind of. Tigers win 4-3 last night. There's a lot to talk about out of that game. We didn't get a chance to really get into it with Skubal commenting about the criticism of him. But AJ Hinch was on the morning show today, and when he makes those appearances, we like to share the best of what he had to say, and we'll start with this. Is the Skubal talk getting old for them in the clubhouse? Here's what the manager said. Okay, so when he's talking about his consecutive streak, it's how many times he's spoken to the media where the topic of Tarik Skubal has come up and the trade deadline. I mean, this is the biggest story in baseball.
Certainly one of them, yeah.
Yeah, and they the biggest story of the trade deadline. Certainly the biggest story of the trade deadline, and maybe the biggest story in baseball.
Is he available? Is he not available?
Is he available? Is he not available? What will it take? And there are some leaders emerging, and we'll kind of dive into that probably a little bit more in the 1 o'clock hour. But bottom line here is, they're pros. If you think about all you deal with as a professional athlete, people asking you about the trade deadline isn't the worst thing in the world. You show up, you put on a uniform, you go play a game, you talk to members of the media, they ask you the same questions, you answer them, you go home. Sounds like a pretty sweet job. So I don't think this is that big a deal that they have to answer questions about Tarik Skubal.
No, and he doesn't seem like he's pissed by it or annoyed by it. He's just taking it as it is. Yeah, I know you guys are going to ask about it, and it's what it is. But you can hear when he says, it's been a long trade deadline.
Yep.
And when you hear the first question in May, and here we are July 24th, and we still have to get to August 3rd for the deadline, yeah, it's going to be long. But they all know it. It's all part of the business of baseball. And the Tigers can go either way. 2 years ago, this team traded Jack Flaherty, who was going to be a free agent at the end of the year. They traded him away, and they still went out and made the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
They had a heck of a run in the second half of that season, and that's what got them there. Right now, there's so much heavy lifting still to do for this team, but they're playing much better and makes you feel like, okay, this is a pretty good baseball team. Now, can they survive if they were to trade Tarik Skubal? I think they can, and it's a question they have to ask themselves because losing him for nothing at the end of the season would really, really suck.
Next up, Skubal made some comments that really raised people's ires, saying he felt like something was wrong with his elbow in January, thought he could power through it, and then later added, and the unfortunate part was maybe subconsciously it was because we were in arbitration. And essentially he didn't want the Tigers to know he was sore as they were negotiating what his contract was going to be with an arbiter. And people were mad, and I get why. AJ Hinch, what did you make of those comments? You know, I've admitted that at times, and I'm certainly doing it today, being hypocritical when it comes to LeBron. I also think we in the media can be hypocritical when we hate players that use cliches and don't really say anything interesting and don't tell us how they're really feeling, how they really believe. And Skubal is an open book, and Skubal could just shut it all down and just say to the media, I'm taking everything one day at a time. I just hope that if we work hard, things will work out. Like, he can be the most boring person ever, but he is, you know, he has said some things, and certainly I understand why people were mad. He probably never should have said that. He'll just stick to cliches about working hard and getting pucks deep.
Right. Look, it really doesn't matter what he's going to say at this point. I think the whole key to this whole situation in the future, I think it might reside with AJ Hinch. In what he said, where he's like, he's close to Skubal. He talks to Tarik. He jokes around with him. So there could be a moment, and they probably had this moment, where they've talked a little bit about the future. You know, where there's in a situation where there's no Scott Boras and there's no Scott Harris. Get the Scotts out of it, and it's just AJ talking with Tarik Skubal. AJ, I think, knows exactly what's going to happen in the offseason in terms of, does Tarik, is it possible to re-sign him, or is he just going to go to free agency and they know they can't compete? I think he already knows, or at least he should know, because he's got that relationship. I don't think Tarik Skubal, based on his comments last night about the business side of it and how he didn't like that with arbitration, about things that were said, I get the impression Tarik Skubal doesn't want to say anything to Scott Harris. But AJ Hinch is a different story.
All right, next up, has this team made a strong enough case to stay together and make a run for the postseason? Yeah, I mean, when you look at it in those terms, they probably got to win like 15 of those series, and maybe sweep an opponent here and there. I mean, last night they flew very close to the sun against a bad and depleted Kansas City team, but that's baseball. Hopefully they can win this series and build that resume as we move towards the deadline.
Well, towards the deadline, keep this in mind too, right? There's 6 games back in the Central. Cleveland, who's one of those teams they're chasing, plays their next 3 games at Tampa Bay, one of the top teams in baseball, and the top team in the American League, I believe. Then they go and play 3 more at Cincinnati. Cincinnati's kind of like the Tigers record-wise. Then they return home and play 3 more games against Arizona, who's playing above 500 baseball in the National League. It's not an easy road to go for Cleveland. Looking at the White Sox, right? Everybody's wondering, are the White Sox for real or what's going on here?
Yeah.
They play their next 3 games at home against Houston. Houston's a good team, not a great team. Then they play the next 4 at home against the Yankees. And the Yankees are starting to get healthy again. Then they play the next 3 games at Tampa Bay. Could you see a losing record in those 10 games from both of those teams, Cleveland and Chicago? Specifically Chicago. Looks like that could be a losing record in those 10 games.
Yeah.
And if the Tigers keep doing what they're doing, this thing gets real tight by the trade deadline.
Yeah, it really could. All right, so final thing here. Would you make a case, and Costa brought it up, how the case is made that if you don't trade Skubal, you should buy and strengthen the roster. Would you? And the question was asked, AJ, would you like to see this team buy at the deadline? Here's what he said. Safe answer, because if he said yes, he's putting a lot of pressure on Scott Harris, and then we get into the Dylan Larkin, Steve Eisman public league battling over should have added something or not. So AJ is very media savvy, and he usually is really, really good at answering questions and give a lot of insight into what he's thinking. That one, I'm not sure he was really at liberty to say much without potentially creating a problem.
The phrase, we want to have Tarik Skubal for as long as we possibly can, is interesting, because what does that mean? I mean, does that mean that he knows that they can't have him after this season? So we want to keep him as long as we possibly can, which means as long as we stay relevant going into the trade deadline, or committed to riding out this season with him right now. I think at the very least he would like to ride the season out with him right now, because Tarik Skubal gives him and this team a better chance to win, because obviously he's one of the best pitchers in baseball. But will the Tigers commit to that for the rest of the year? I don't know. That depends on what the record's going to be over these last 10 games going into the trade deadline.
There it is. AJ Hinch from the Morning Show. Your thoughts, 248-539-9797. We've taken calls on the Lions. What excites you most about this Lions season? Pistons, well, looks like their work's really cut out for them, as LeBron James announces today he's taking $4 million a year and going to Philly. I think the Pistons could have offered 4.5 a year. Good God.
Maybe even 5.
Carson Anderson, your call's next on 97.1.
Summer is here, and so are the July specials at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Whether you're planning road trips, hauling the boat, or just ready for a new ride, now is the perfect time to upgrade. Get behind the wheel of a new 2026 Chevy Silverado and lease for just $134 a month for 24 months. Or, if buying is the better fit, qualified buyers can take advantage of 0% financing for 60 months. Need something a little smaller for summer adventures or everyday driving? How about this? Check out the 2026 Chevy Equinox. Lease one for just $234 a month for 36 months. Or qualified buyers, again, get 0% financing for 36 months. Visit Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at the corner of Telegraph and 696. They're just south of 12 Mile, and they're even open on Saturdays, which makes it real easy to stop in whenever your summer schedule allows. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield, helping you get where you need to go. Together, let's drive!
Coming up at 102, I want to get something from you and something from Kang, and I'll have one too. Everybody's speculating who's going to walk Morgan Wallen out tonight at the Big House. When they have these stadium shows, usually it's some sort of local celebrity that will walk out the tunnel with Morgan Wallen.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and the predictions are coming in. Everything is going to be Aiden Hutchinson or Derek Jeter or Kyle Whittingham or somebody like that.
Did they do this last year? Was it Zach Bryant?
Yeah, Zach Bryant. And I, my kids were there, and I have no idea who walked him out. But I gotta see who walked.
It's got to be Hutch. I mean, he's in town right now. They're getting ready to start training camp.
Mm-hmm.
Is he a country music guy?
Yeah, I think he is. Yeah.
I mean, he's probably the odds-on favorite for all the betting markets, but I mean, someone else would be, I think, different. Would be cool, you know.
In Baltimore, Ray Lewis walked him out. That's an example of how, you know,
when
Ray Lewis walked out.
Yeah,
Morgan Wallen when he had his concert in Baltimore.
I think Mahomes and Kelsey did it when he did the in Kansas City, the concert.
Morgan Wallen walked out by Peyton Manning, Josh Heupel, and members of the Tennessee baseball team when they played in the Volunteers, their stadium. So, but here's what I want. We're not going to pick the obvious. We're going to come up with some off the wall. Like, that's a bit of a stretch, but here's who I think it might be.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got you.
Okay,
I've already got one.
Do you? Good. All right.
That was quick.
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
That's how I work.
Do you even know who Morgan Wallen is?
Up until about 6 months ago,
You thought it was a chick.
I would ask, who is she?
You're right. Sounds hot.
Right? Have you heard the latest Morgan Wallen? I don't know. Who is she? What is she? Country singer?
Well, I am going tonight.
I don't mean any disrespect. I just I don't pay attention to the country music scene, so I wouldn't have known. And then Morgan is kind of,
And big.
I grew
both
up.
ways.
I grew up going to games at the Big House, Section 17, Row 80, Seat 30 or 31. Those were our season tickets. And the last time I sat in the stands for a game was Manchester United versus whoever they played in that friendly they had back there like 15 years ago. So I'm gonna get. I'm gonna be in the stands tonight. Looking forward to. I don't know if you know this, but before football games, fans get together and do this. They have this ritual where they have some beers and some food, and they call it tailgating.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that.
I will get to do some of the tailgating.
Oh,
and I am looking forward to the tailgating.
And it looks like it should be a nice night.
Yep. Huh. 248-539-9797.
You riding your bike to the game? To the concert?
So here's what's interesting is we have planted a car so that after the game, put a car on the streets for free close to the stadium, leave it there, and then we'll have one close by. And I might plant another one and then ride my bike to where the tailgating will be.
Oh.
Yes. So I might, the bike may be involved at some point, but parking is expensive.
Don't forget your helmet.
Of course not. Hello.
How expensive is parking? More than $50?
I thought I heard $100 at Ann Arbor Golf and Outing. I'm sorry, $100 at Pioneer. I heard that some places nearby are $250
for parking.
For parking, yes.
That's insane.
I know.
That's
why
right.
that's why I
not
plant
right.
a car and ride my bike.
Well, that's wise, but I think that's gouging, man. That's really unfair. You're already going to pay who knows how much the tickets are, at least $100 for a ticket, I'm sure. And now you're talking $250 to park?
Well,
that's bogue. I'm saying that's bogue.
Mm-hmm.
Is that bogue, Kang? That's bogue.
Yeah, of course. That's ridiculous. And I think I've started reading a bunch of articles and just workarounds.
I don't care how hot she is. That's bogue.
But yeah, this is part of coming with getting big events though, is paying high prices for parking, right, Doug? I mean, we all want cool things.
Look, I'm
here
not
to
thrilled.
see and
I'm
do.
not thrilled about it, but I also am not paying it because I refuse to.
Yeah,
and
well, I'm with
gonna,
you. I'll wear 100 helmets if I have to. If it gets me free parking.
Like, boy,
right?
It's my guy.
Well, you almost killed him in Vegas.
I did.
You almost had to bury him in the desert.
I did wear a helmet though.
Yeah, you needed to.
We went to Vegas as a show probably a decade ago, and we rented rented mountain bikes, and you said, "Yeah, I'll go." And we got out in the desert there a little bit, and Kang taped a video of me riding away from me and narrated, said, "He's trying to kill me."
We should have had Gator come with us.
I was golfing.
Yeah, he was.
Wise choice.
Golfing in the middle of the desert that day.
Still hot.
It was the craziest experience. Beautiful course in the middle of nowhere. Absolutely beautiful. We had to drive a half an hour away from the strip to play, and there was nothing around there. It may have been in like an Indian reservation area where this golf course was. You would hit the ball off the tee, and you could hear it land in the fairway if you were so fortunate to hit the fairway on a drive.
You could hear it?
You could hear it. That's how quiet it was. I'm not exaggerating on that. It was unbelievable. What an experience.
That's why I didn't kill Kang and bury him, because people would have heard me digging the ditch.
More than likely.
Yeah. So, Rich in Detroit, you're next. Hello, Rich.
What's going on, fellas?
Hey, Rich.
Man, this LeBron the Philly news is, I did not expect that.
Right.
But I just think some of the ways that people are looking at this, to me, my ultimate takeaway is every last one of the Detroit GMs who played the super slow, we'll win it in 3 years approach, it seemed to just bite them every single time. Every last one of those things just came up snake eyes, if you ask me. And I think the Pistons definitely tried to get in on the Jaylen Brown trade. Boston was not going to trade Jalen Duren for Jaylen Brown in any kind of way, and that was all we really had.
Rich, probably, hold on. No, probably they were reportedly very interested in Austin Reeves, and that would have been a very aggressive move. And the Lakers decided he was their priority and weren't going to let him get away. That would have been an awesome move.
But my point is, Doug, they had no way to get to the point where they would have had something that LeBron James would have said, "I'm coming to." So if you go there, if you start with that premise, the Pistons still have, the Kevin Durant, Trey Turner, or Michael Porter Jr. trade is still sitting out there for them.
That is true.
Now
That is true.
those things are going to move. No team that had those pieces, everybody was just waiting on LBJ. Now those are going to move. I believe Trajan's getting one of those guys.
I hope you're right. No, I hope you're right. And I'll also say this. I don't think you should concede that all Detroit teams are never going to win anything, if I interpreted what you said correctly.
Well, I wasn't saying that they're never going to do anything. I'm just saying I was highly critical of the super slow, we'll win it in 3 years play from every GM. I thought that was the wrong approach. And I'm just saying now I think it comes up and shows that, to me, you can't win a championship unless you are actively outright trying to win a championship. And that stuff about wait, I think that whole thing was ridiculous from all three of the GMs.
I'm not sure that all the GMs would say that they're not trying to win a championship. And I will not concede that none of these teams ever will. I think that is, just because they haven't doesn't mean that they won't. And you got to, sometimes when it comes to trade, it's got to be the right player at the right price.
Yeah, this is true.
Yeah. Ryan in Detroit, you're next. Hi, Ryan.
Hey, guys, I just wanted to comment on the LeBron stuff, too.
Yep.
I don't know if there was ever a deal in place to bring him to Detroit, but I know Mike brought it up on his show when the Pistons got bounced that the fit would have been great for him to come here. I think the fans would have accepted him, too, even though he played at Cleveland for so long.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think the man wanted to come here. I don't think it would feel like fraudulent for him to see him in a Pistons uniform.
Well, if you look at the rosters of both teams, and which team would you choose if you were LeBron James?
The acquisition of Brown for sure made Philly more appealing, for sure. But the guy just comes off as a little bit of a me guy. Like caller DJ brings it up on their show and your guys' show. He kind of has a narcissistic attitude. I get it. He wants to win. He wants to do something that's never been done, is win 4 rings with 4 different teams. But this just seems like ring chasing and a little bit like Shaquille O'Neal on the Celtics, to be honest with you.
I'm going to use it at this point to do everything I can to slander LeBron. It's just the F it. At this point, he took so little money to go there. It is irritating, and he has every right to do what he wants. Some of it's applaudable. Hey, I took less money. It's not all about the money. But we all know he's going to be fine financially, and he didn't come here, so screw him.
I'm glad he's going to be fine financially.
His statement sucked.
I'm happy that's the case for him.
All right, we'll have our off-the-wall predictions on who walks out Morgan Wallen tonight at the Big House. Coming up today at 102, Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. LeBron James is going to be a Philadelphia 76er. The soon-to-be 42-year-old superstar announced today he is making a basketball move and not a money move to join Joel Embiid, Jaylen Brown, and Tyrese Maxey in Philly for the next 2 years. It's only an $8 million deal LeBron is signing, making it the lowest compensation contract he has ever signed in his NBA career. Behind Harrison Barnes, LeBron will sign the 46th lowest compensated contract in the NBA this offseason. Javonte Green will make more money than LeBron next year. In Philly, LeBron has a chance to become the first player in NBA history to win a title with 4 different teams. Philly's odds to win it all skyrocketed from 20-1 to 10-1 after the news broke. If you're looking for a chink in the armor of the Sixers, it could be this. Here are the usage rates of Philly's projected starting 5 from last year. Brown 35%, Embiid 32%, Maxey at 29%, LeBron at 27%, and the rookie VJ Edgecombe at 19%. That's a total of 142%. Tigers face the Royals tonight for Game 2 of the series. AJ Hinch told the morning show today that making moves at the deadline either around or with Tarek Skubal doesn't guarantee success in the future. First pitch tonight at 6:40 at the Corwell Health Sports Desk. I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket.com.
Okay, there's much speculation over who will walk out. Morgan Wallen tonight is first concert. They're playing the Big House Friday and Saturday night. Thomas Rhett is opening tonight, by the way, Gator.
Oh, Thomas Rhett?
Yeah. So, anyway, I think Hardy is opening tomorrow night.
Why do they call him Red?
Rhett.
Oh, Rhett.
Yeah, not Red.
I thought that's what you said. Red. Didn't it sound like you said red? Like the color. I thought he said red.
No.
You thought Rhett? You heard Rhett? I didn't hear Rhett.
It's okay.
Okay, so
because I knew who it was already. I don't know.
Yeah, people are it's going to be Hutch. It's going to be Kyle Whittingham. It's going to be Derek Jeter. There are obvious names that are getting
Bryce
thrown.
Underwood.
Yeah, the obvious names are getting thrown out there, and we've decided to go with some non-obvious candidates. Okay, non-obvious candidates that it could be. Do you want to go first, or you want me to go first?
I'll go first.
Okay,
Doug. I go back to somebody who was brought into this world in 1958. Someone who was born in Bay City, Michigan, who then moved on to Rochester, attended Rochester Adams High School. Then at the age of 20, made a bold choice to move to New York to chase fame and fortune. And what did she find? She found fame and fortune. The Material Girl built quite a legacy for herself and a proud product of the state of Michigan. But also, Doug, a fan of the University of Michigan, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So I think that perhaps it's time for a 67-year-old Madonna to show up and try to make herself relevant again. She keeps reinventing herself over the years, year in, year out. Why not take advantage, getting in front of over 100,000 people tonight in Ann Arbor and walk out Morgan Wallen and Johnny Rhett or whoever it is.
Thomas Rhett.
Rhett.
I don't think she walks both out. I think she just walks Morgan Wallen out. Okay, so you're going Madonna.
I'm going
One
Madonna.
One musical artist walks out, another musical artist. Interesting. Yours is probably more likely than mine. I'm going to go with Congressman Shri Tanadar.
Now that is off the wall.
That is off the wall. I did not see that coming.
How awesome would that be? Shri!
Is he jumping up and down, waving a towel? Or his hairpiece? I don't know.
What? That might be all Shri. You don't know.
I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, if I had to guess, I'd lean one way.
That's my guess. Kang, you?
All right, I've got... Yeah, boy.
got Flavor Flav. Oh, I
He's
like it.
everywhere. Whenever there's like a Michigan event or local Detroit event, I feel like Flavor Flav is in the house. Lions, Pistons. Yeah, I'm going to go off the wall. If it's not, the Hutch everyone thinks or whatever, Kid Rock, whoever. I'm going to go with Flavor Flav.
Flavor Flav.
Okay.
I could see it.
It's some people have got some off the wall guesses. Jim Leland walks him out, cigarette in his mouth. That's from Freddie.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Unnamed texter, the singing hot dog vendor from Comerica Park a while back is walking out Morgan Wallen.
And then you know what else happens? 113,000 people walk out.
Morgan Wallen is going to get walked out by the biggest local celebrity we have, the lady from the Jemana billboards.
You mean Jemana?
Jemana K-Roos?
The lady from the Jemana K-Roos billboards. Oh, if I could only think of who that is. Oh, you mean Jemana?
Yeah. My pick is Bob Seger walks Morgan Wallen out.
One last time.
The final walkout.
From an unnamed texter. Obviously, Hutch would be the betting favorite, but I'm going off the board for my surprise guest, J-Mo. Morgan has a great relationship with the hip-hop culture, and I could see J-Mo super hype bouncing around on his way out with him. I heard $200 to $250 for parking. I'm going tomorrow. I plan on walking further than I expected. Somebody said $175 at Pioneer, $250 at the golf course. Wow. I don't know if the golf course is open. I think it's Ann Arbor Golf and Outing, but don't quote me on that.
That's insane.
Park at a Kroger, throw some beers in your pockets, and Uber to the concert for $10.
That's not a bad call.
Not a bad idea.
Probably be in that car forever.
I'll give you a couple others
Could be some
that
traffic.
might be serious candidates.
Yeah?
How about the Hughes brothers? Jack, Quinn, and Luke.
Yeah.
Quinn and Luke played hockey at Michigan.
Yeah.
I'm the trio.
What if they adopt the one who's not the brother but who just got drafted? Isn't there one who
TJ Hughes, who's not a Hughes brother?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, they could.
Get four of them out there.
4 Hugheses.
Yeah.
And I'll give you one more. Michael Phelps.
Yeah, I could see Phelps doing that, right?
Yeah. But I really think it's going to be Sri Tanadar. 248-539-9797.
Will it be Draymond Green?
No, it will not be Draymond Green.
No?
No, it will not be Draymond Green. That you can rest assured on that.
Mark D'Antonio?
Also a probable not. Well, who would it be at Michigan State? I mean,
Gibby?
Gibby'd be awesome. I mean, Pat Fitzgerald would be a strong candidate. I guess who would be the off the wall?
The off the wall, right? Mm-hmm. Scott Kahn, son of James Kahn, the actor.
Okay.
This James Kahn went to Michigan State. Sonny Corleone.
Right.
Oh, Bruce Campbell.
Ash from Evil Dead.
That's right.
Wasn't he in the building?
He was a few weeks ago.
This is a big swing and miss by us. Remember when his hand in Evil Dead, didn't his hand get taken over by a spirit? And he took a chainsaw and cut his hand off, and as he was doing it, he was screaming, "Who's laughing now?" Ah! As he cut his own hand
Something
off.
like that, yeah. Actually, they've been showing that movie a lot over the last week on HBO.
Evil Dead is a funny movie.
It's it has not held up well.
Isn't it? Oh, I'm not surprised.
I started watching it the other night. I'm like, oh my God. Like the camera is it's out of focus.
Really?
I mean, it looks really janky now. But when you watched it initially, this movie came out in 1981. And it was terrifying and yet also eased the terror because there was comedy involved with it too. It was all right. But I don't think it's held up that well.
No.
We got another one here. What about someone texting Verlander and Kate Upton?
Oh. Royalty.
Well, wait a sec. They got a game.
It's at 1.
He's not playing.
Tonight?
Yeah, and then, no.
Tonight they've got a game.
Yeah,
well, he
tonight.
could tomorrow.
Tomorrow,
he
tomorrow's
could
at
tomorrow.
1.
2 walkouts. They do 2 walkouts?
I would imagine somebody different tomorrow night.
And yeah, you're right. Verlander ain't playing anyway.
Yeah, right. He's not. But I don't think he skips games. I think he'd be at games.
He could just he could fly back.
By the way,
helicopter. He can afford that.
I just looked who walked Morgan Wallen out in Houston.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna puke.
In Houston.
3 people. It was 3 people.
All right, Houston.
I swear to God, Gator. I can't wait to get your reaction.
All right.
Roger Clemens.
Okay, love Roger Clemens.
Actually, it was 4 people. Roger Clemens, Oh, it was 2 different nights. Never mind. Night 1, it was 2 people. My apologies. I've screwed this up completely.
Sorry.
Take 2 and 3, 2, 1. The first night in Houston, it was Andre Johnson.
Right? Wide receiver.
And Mattress Mac.
Who?
The guy who bets $1 million on everything, like millions
he
of
makes
dollars.
these huge bets all the time.
He's a furniture guy. And, yeah.
Good for him.
He walked out with Morgan Wallen?
Yes.
That's weird.
Yeah. On night 2, it was Drake and Roger Clemens.
Drake?
Yeah.
Was he just in town for a concert as well?
He's a Canadian, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know what his connection with Houston is.
I got a late one from AJ Hinch. He thinks Jahmai Jones is going to walk out with Morgan Wallen. He loves Jones, man.
Yeah.
A lot of lefties out there.
Yeah, right.
La, 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 la.
He likes his odds analytically out there.
Last year in Seattle, Marshawn Lynch walked him out when he played the
Beast mode, that would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
He's got his whole new career going as an actor.
Okay, Gator. If Scooble gets moved, 2 favorites, in my opinion, have emerged.
In your opinion?
In my opinion, there's some reporting on it too, but I'm really starting to believe the
You've been
reporting.
influenced by the...
Yeah, I'm influenced by the reporting. I guess it's not just my opinion, but two favorites have emerged, and who they have to offer, who they have that's touchable and untouchable. Touchable. We use the term untouchable a lot in sports. We usually don't use the term touchable. We should use it more.
You think
Players
so?
from these teams are touchable.
Okay.
We'll get to that today at 1:15. Scooble's explanation from last night. Hear that at 1:30. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, we've all seen it lately. Local companies being bought out by big private equity firms from out of state, and then suddenly you're just a number on a spreadsheet. But when it comes to your home, you deserve better than that. You deserve Shaner Roofing Windows and Siding. Shaner's truly family owned. They've been serving Michigan homeowners for over 30 years. And when they say they treat you like family, well, they mean it because they actually are a family. They want to get you the best deal. They want to treat you honestly. This is awesome because they don't answer to distant investors. Instead, they answer to you. And what I really like about them is their no pressure promise. You're not getting the high stakes sales pitch. So instead, what you get is that honest assessment of what your home, roof, windows, and siding needs actually are. And it's that kind of integrity that's earned them a 4.9 star Google rating from thousands of your neighbors. Plus, you get total peace of mind with a lifetime transferable warranty that comes with every roof installation. Don't settle for a corporate middleman. Trust the name Michigan has relied on for 3 decades, Shaner Roofing. Get your quote today at mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Okay, Gator. There are 3 possibilities coming up here at the trade deadline, and that is sell Skubal, keep Skubal and buy. Sell Skubal doesn't mean they're giving up on the season. And it feels like Major League Baseball insiders are reporting more and more that it feels more likely than not that they're still in a sell position with Skubal. But I thought that report from Olney was really encouraging, that the belief is from other executives that have talked to Scott Harris isn't going to chase a fantasy. If they don't make it, they have to continue to make this very obvious that they're going to contend. Or if there is a good offer for Skubal, it doesn't sound like he very well might pull the trigger. Some reporting recently. One comes from Adam McCalvey of MLB.com. He reports that the Brewers are planning to be more aggressive than in recent years. They generally don't make headline-grabbing moves at the deadline, but they have reached out about Tarik Skubal and Mason Miller.
Interesting.
If you look at them, they've been very competitive in the National League, haven't won it all, but they haven't really made a big move since 2008 when they traded for CC Sabathia.
And they have 4 of the top 66 prospects in baseball, according to MLB Pipeline.
Yep.
Including at least one player that's with a major league club right now, and Luis Lara, an outfielder who just got brought up like last week.
Yep. And they have
the top prospect in all of baseball,
Jesus Made.
That's correct.
Yep. They are this is a story from MLB Trade Rumors. The Brewers are well positioned to put pieces on the table. Baseball America recently ranked their farm system the best in the majors, highlighted by players Jesus Made, Luis Pena, Cooper Pratt, Luis Lara, Logan Henderson. The list goes on and on. He writes, the Brewers won't have playing time for everyone in that group, particularly the position players. Williams can also play the outfield, and that is Jet Williams, who is a third baseman outfielder, who is, I believe, their 4th or 5th best prospect. Made, here's what they write about Jesus Made, and this is interesting. Made is considered by many to be the top prospect in the league, and such a player would normally be untouchable, but Detroit would probably try and start the conversation there. Perhaps they have enough strong prospects to win the bidding without Made, but it will take a substantial package regardless. Is there a path to Made?
I don't know if there is. I always get leery when talking about the top overall prospect in baseball, not just the team's top prospect. Yep. So if it were the other way around, hey, it's the team's top prospect, but he happens to be number 17 in all of baseball, I think that's different. This is a guy that, like, the Brewers have, it seems like for a while now, they have had a lot of these really top-end guys that they're starting to see get to the Major League club. I would have a hard time thinking that he is available, but if you're the Tigers, you ask for everything, right? Because you have the best player that could potentially be on that market. I know people get bent out of shape about the whole Larkin stuff, and the Eisman never should have asked for Wyatt Johnston and stuff like that. But you got to ask why not ask for the moon? If you think it's a non-starter, I don't care. I'm still going to ask.
Yeah.
This is different because it's Tarik Skubal. Like, Dylan Larkin's really good. Tarik Skubal is like elite. So ask for what you will. You may not get it, but that's okay. But Milwaukee does have a package of players they could do. You mentioned that the pitcher Henderson, who's already on the roster now, who's hurt right now, so he's not helping.
I think he's back.
Oh, is he just come back?
I think, I'm sorry, but I'm pretty sure.
Is he the guy that had the back spasms?
Yeah, hold on for a sec. Let me make sure I'm not confusing him with somebody else. His name got floated out there a while ago.
It was with the idea that the Tigers are looking for a pitcher on somebody's current roster along with prospects.
He's made 3 appearances.
So, but he's a guy that's got a ton of upside that has had an injury issue this year.
Yeah.
So, is it possible that you can get him? Sure, because you replace him with Tarik Skubal, and then in addition to that, if Luis Lara, who's also on their team, does that make sense? Like, it makes a ton of sense.
There's 2 things. One is the other team that, according to this is a quote from USA Today story. Rival executives believe the Dodgers plan to be greedy and are infatuated with the opportunity of becoming the first National League team to win 3 consecutive World Series. If Tarik Skubal indeed becomes available, as executives are now predicting, the Dodgers are all in. So here's the thing of why I think there is a path to Jesus Mate. Because the Brewers are sick of going to the playoffs and not getting out of the National League.
Mm-hmm.
They've been to the playoffs, and this is hard to believe. I think they've done this maybe without people realizing. They have been to the playoffs 7 of the last 8 years. They've lost in the NLCS, the wild card, the NLDS, the wild card to the NLCS. They have been consistently in the postseason.
Yeah.
They haven't made a big move. They aren't using Jesus Mate now. They have a boatload of top prospects, including infielders, many middle infielders. I think if you say to the Brewers, here's the deal. We're going to take the Dodgers offer unless you give us Jesus Mate. You can leverage. If he goes to the Dodgers, that's game over. That's a wrap. The Brewers may well have called him up this year. The Brewers may well as white flag. It'll be cute. I'm sure they'll say they got a chance. So you leverage the Dodgers against the Brewers, and you look at the Brewers' history of continuing to go to the playoffs and losing, that might spark the big move. And I know people say the same thing about Detroit, and that's a whole other topic. I think you can leverage that and find a path to a player they're not using. And then they have Mizorowski and Skubal, 1-2.
Yeah, it's a lot. The only thing, well, not the only thing. One of the things I would say that might strike that down is
there's a lot that can be said to strike it down. But
one of the things I will say is that Jesus Mate is a shortstop.
Yep.
He's a AA right now. Obviously, a ton of potential, but he hasn't exactly lit the world on fire in the minors. He's got decent numbers, but they're not eye-popping numbers like what you see from the Dodgers prospects. And the Dodgers prospects are outfielders. Well, this guy's a shortstop, and the Tigers have McGonigal at shortstop right now. Is that going to be his long-time position? Probably not. But not because they would add Mate, but because Bryce Rayner is ripe for a promotion to get to AA himself, who's off to a really good start to his minor league career with an OPS that is getting close to 900. I don't know if shortstop is the position that they'd want to get, although it'd be really tough to turn down what would be the top prospect in all of baseball. I'm just putting it out there that if that's going to be it, and if you could leverage these two teams against each other, you could really get something interesting from Milwaukee, let alone, if the Dodgers really want to do it, my God, they've got everything. They got everything you could possibly want.
So obviously the Tigers have a big chip here, and they expect big return if they make a trade, right? You guys are bringing up, all the scenarios here of what type of prospects they could bring back, big time prospects. Has anyone brought up this? I want to bring up to you guys. Their asking price, Scott Harris's asking price is probably going to be really high. If no team matches that, is there a scenario where they trade Casey Mize for something because they can get better value, but not, do you know what I'm saying? Where like the asking price for Skubal is high. Asking price for Mize is lower, but they like what they get in return because Mize is an expiring contract as well.
But I don't, and I hear what you're saying. Yeah. And I think that they probably would imagine they have a good chance of re-signing Casey Mize, but I'm not sure what Casey Mize's marketability is right now because he's oft injured. This is the first year he's put together a really nice season, and yet, he's kind of banged up right now. He's going to pitch, but he hasn't been healthy for the whole season. He's missed time. And this latest one, ball hit off his right hand or left hand. And then he's got this recurring groin issue he's going to have to deal with. If I'm another team, I don't know if I'm going to, give up several prospects or a couple prospects to get a rental player that hasn't proven that he can stay healthy for the full season.
Might be able to get one decent prospect for him. I think you can do better than the Tigers did when they traded Michael Lorenzen for Hao-Yu Lee. Hao-Yu Lee took a few years, but he got here. I think he can get better value than that. But the Dodgers, I think, based upon that report in USA Today, that they are infatuated with becoming the third straight first NL team to win 3 in a row, and they plan on being greedy, and they really want Skubal. ESPN did a list of their untouchables. They have 9 players in the top 100. Their number one guy, Jose De Paula, is untouchable according to this. But the touchable guys, well, they go on to write, but I think there are a couple more unlikely. There are a couple more that are unlikely to move. Sorry, there are a couple more that are unlikely to move in a huge deal, such as Mike Sirota, outfielder Mike Sirota, outfielder Eduardo Quintera, shortstop Emil Morales, and possibly Zaire Hope. The story goes on to say, I have Hope and Charles Davelin as the 4th and 5th amongst their outfield glut, and James Tibb III one behind them, they have some real trade value. Those are all top 100 guys.
Yes, and but you've eliminated 4 of their top 5.
ESPN
sorry, not
is
you,
eliminated.
but ESPN,
Yes.
which I would have a hard time believing that's true.
I'm going to guess that the Dodgers won't be as desperate and motivated as the Brewers. I think the Dodgers like their chances, and even if the Brewers get Skubal, I don't think they think it's a wrap. I think if the Dodgers get Skubal, it's a wrap.
I mean, if I were the Dodgers, I'd be. You've got 4 of your top 5 prospects are outfielders. 5 of your top 8, 6 of your top 9 are outfielders. You could move a couple of those guys in different deals and get anything you need. Right? You need to get starting pitching, bullpen arms. You got it, because all these guys are blocked. They're all a AA or high A ball. The only guy that's a AAA is James Tibbs, who's a first baseman outfielder type, who I would target if I were the Tigers as well as being a second or third prospect you get in the deal if you're going to trade Skubal. But if you're the Tigers, you have to ask for, Sirota or DePaula.
Well, what you ask
Zairo.
for, you ask for DePaula, knowing that you'll settle for Sirota.
Yeah.
You insist on DePaula. You want DePaula, River Ryan, and James Tibbs. And they'll say no to that. And you go, okay, fine. Sirota, River Ryan, and James Tibbs, which is a great outfield prospect. Kid who went to Frederick Gun Academy in Connecticut.
There you go.
River Ryan.
Just the name alone.
One of their top pitching prospects, and a top 100 guy in James Tibbs, who is on the brink, right? Outfielder, first baseman, on the brink.
He's hitting very well right now.
That'd be a great return. But you really leverage the Dodgers against the Brewers, and see if there's a path to Jesus Mate or more, because their organization's loaded. Everybody says they're not touchable. I think you can make them very touchable. A tired of playoff failure Brewers organization that's more motivated than they've been. The idea of getting Skubal for a player they're not even using would have to be tempting. Speaking of Skubal, people didn't like his comments about knowing his elbow was sore in January. He tried to further explain what he meant last night. You can hear what he said next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. We just had a listener bring something up here that's kind of interesting and kind of awesome. And I did think about this. We were talking about how we feel like the National League, the two teams in the National League, this is for the sellers market. The Brewers and the Dodgers are both reportedly, the Brewers are reportedly reached out about Skubal, and the Dodgers are getting greedy, according to MLB executives, and will absolutely be interested in Skubal. And I can't think of a better case scenario, honestly, for the sell crowd. And if the Tigers decide to sell, you have two teams in direct competition with one another that are both motivated, that both have absolutely loaded systems. What could be better than that? That's how you score a massive trade return. I think it could be shaping up if those reports are accurate, and we'll have to, over time we'll find out how true that is. But Big Pank 65 is the one that sent in Dodgers get Skubal, Detroit beat Skubal in World Series. And then he writes, and then I woke up. But could you imagine the Brewers and the Tigers, if the Tigers manage to stay competitive and played them in the World Series? Crazy. But of course, without Skubal, I'm not sure how they get to the World Series. One thing about the Dodgers, a possible Dodgers trade, is James Tibbs is stuck behind Freddie Freeman in L.A. and those outfielders.
Their entire roster is stuck behind
somebody's stuck behind somebody. Yeah.
behind.
James Tibbs could come to Detroit and play right away, first baseman outfielder, and he's killing it at AAA.
Yeah, he's got an OPS of what did I tell you? It was over 900. Right now, he is, it's 949 for an OPS. He's played 93 games at AAA this year with 21 homers and 72 RBI. How
about
He's also got 21 doubles.
Okay, so you trade Skubal to the Dodgers for James Tibbs and others. Tibbs actually makes the call up. Then you turn around and trade Max Clark to the Padres for Mason Miller. You add Tibbs to your everyday roster. You put Mason Miller in the back end of the bullpen. That's a team that can compete now.
Well, yes.
All right. Anyway, that's one direction they could go. In the meantime, Skubal spoke last night and mentioned that he prefers to stay and do big things here in Detroit. All right. I mean, he's saying the right things. When everybody hears his commitment to Detroit, it's like, cool, it's a commitment with a shot clock running out. But, I'm glad he said it. There's nothing wrong with saying it.
No. I mean, he's going to say that. He's motivated to play for the team that drafted him and all that. It's great. Like that, but it is still what it is. I appreciate him talking to the media last night, because people wanted to talk with him based on those comments. So, take what he has to say and however you will.
Okay. It was pointed out to him, hey, yeah, you want to win it all, but you probably have a better chance to win it all if you traded to a more established contender, a team that's doing better in Detroit. Here's what he said.
I don't buy that. Okay. They have all the pieces they need to get in there, because I don't think they have. I don't think they have a bullpen to compete for the World Series as it's constructed right now. I agree that once you get into the playoffs, it's a whole different animal, but you have to have those pieces that you're missing right now too to get there. I think that they're missing a bat, and I think they're at the very least missing a closer, and they could use a couple of bullpen arms.
Okay, here's him answering to the criticism that you should have done something about your elbow in the offseason that has people upset, when he admitted he felt something wrong in January. And we're going to play the whole exchange so you have context and nothing is taken out of context, because Wojo asked some follow-up questions. So you hear Wojo ask the question, his answer, the follow-ups, all the way to the end of the topic. So everything he had to say on the topic is right here, so you can put it in context And here's what he said. Okay. I mean, honestly, he has managed to take something that can make you a hero in this town and turn it into a negative by a poor choice of words at the best, or maybe being too honest at the worst. When you are a guy that wants to power through an injury and think you're going to be okay and do everything you can to be healthy and think, I'm going to be okay, I'm going to get through this, and I'm going to go out there and perform, people will love you. But at the moment you say, well, I was in contract negotiations and I didn't want the team to know, which he implied that he might have been thinking of subconsciously in that story by Cody Stavenhagen, it turns on you. It flips 180.
Yeah, but you also have to put yourself in the shoes of somebody that's going through something like that. When you feel, hey, something doesn't feel right, are you going to immediately go get that checked out if it's the off season? Or are you going to wait a couple of days and see if maybe it starts to feel better? And to his defense, it was the off season, it was January, and it started to trend in the right direction. I can understand why he didn't. I mean, if it thought about, oh, should I do this now? Well, let me see how it is. And then a few days later, you're like, oh, it does feel a little bit better. I won't worry about this.
Okay, final thing, and this one is really interesting. He sat in on the arbitration process, which players are pretty much required to be there. And the question came up to him, do you have any hard feelings towards the organization? Listen to this answer. Okay, I heard from two agents regarding this. One said that Boris probably made sure he was insulted so he wouldn't give Detroit a hometown discount because Boris is trying to maximize his possible earnings. And so hometown discounts don't work for Boris. And two, another agent said he was sure that the Tigers were highly respectful. He can't imagine them. Who's sat in on arbitration process said he's sure the Tigers were highly respectful in this thing. I don't think Skubal should think of arbitration as some insult. It's just part of, he might not like the offer, but the process of arbitration is part of the business. It's not an insult.
So keep this in mind too.
Mm-hmm.
Tarek Skubal is the union's, he's on the union's executive subcommittee.
Yeah.
So when he's going through something like that, when he actually gets to go through the arbitration process and he says something afterwards like, you guys, everybody should have to sit in on this. That tells me that it is such an awful experience. And this is a players versus owners type thing. And this is why there is such a rift between the two sides. Because when you have to experience that in person and you get to hear somebody speaking negatively about you, they're just trying to negotiate, right? It gets ugly. The idea that Scott Boras said, here, let's go to this and I want you to come with me, that he did that so it poisons him against the Tigers makes all the sense in the world to me. Like he wants to have that feeling of hostility in a way towards the front office, not towards the players and coaching staff. Clearly he loves those guys. And he's got a different relationship with A.J. Hinch. A.J. Hinch said so. He's like, oh, we got a great relationship. I talk to him all the time. But when it comes to Scott Harris and the Tigers front office, that sounds like it's a nightmare to deal with if you're Tarek Skubal with he and his agent Scott Boras. But that's how it always is. That's the business side of it. And he got a full taste of it 6 months ago.
Boras to me is a Bond villain in baseball. Like he does the only thing that matters is, making sure that he gets all the gold bullion off the nuclear sub.
Yeah, sure.
Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, there's a moment when a home stops being a someday and starts being a plan. University of Michigan Credit Union can help get you there today. If you're ready to buy a new home or refinance your current mortgage from another lender, UMCU should be your next phone call. Make your move by the end of August, and you'll save $750 on closing costs. Plus, enjoy flexible fixed rates, free pre-approval, and no application fees. Seriously, let's get you into that dream home. Visit umcu.org, insured by NCUA. Our car, Scott Anderson, 97.1, 248-539-9797. Busy day. We opened with Tiger Talk. Scooble's comments last night, AJ Hinch on the morning show, and then the middle of our show, bang, breaking news, LeBron James decides that he will go to Philadelphia on a 2-year, $8 million deal. You did not mishear that. 2 years, $8 million. The first year he's making less than $4 million. In fact, as somebody said, it was the veteran's minimum. What the hell, man?
Yeah. Well, I mean, he did what nobody expected him to do, which was to take the pay cut. Everybody expected him that he was going to pick the team that he thought had the best chance to win the championship, but not to go for cheap.
Yep.
And he did both. He went cheap to the team he thinks is going to win the championship.
Let's go to Jeff in Toledo. You're next. Hello, Jeff.
Hey, guys. Love your show.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to let you know, I know a guy named Bill Lasky who pitched for San Francisco for a lot of years, and he told me that his arm never feels normal until the end of January, early February. So, I mean, it's possible Scooble couldn't tell the difference between regular soreness and what was going on in his elbow.
Well, look, I believe that absolutely can be the case. Gators brought it up a bunch about how, you're sometimes something feels wrong and then it just goes away. And, Scooble said, I thought I was trending in the right direction. I thought I was going to be fine. So at what point do you decide, no, this is something more serious or it's not bad at all? So I believe that. The problem is when he tied in, maybe subconsciously I was thinking about my contract and arbitration process. There's just no upside to admitting that or saying that. In fact, if it truly, Jeff and Gator, if it truly was subconscious and he never crossed his mind in January, and then he throws it out there here in July, it's a giant own goal. If it never crossed your mind in the moment, why would you bring up the worst possible scenario now? Like it makes no sense.
No.
There's no law against making stupid statements.
Well, that's true. And I guess we sit here for 4 hours a day talking, and sometimes I have regrets. I had a dream.
Sometimes I have regrets.
Gator, I had a dream that for bold-ass predictions, get this.
Yeah.
I had a dream that I said the Tigers bullpen would be one of the best in the league. And I woke up from that dream. I was like, wow, just a dream.
So
thankfully, I've never said anything
you're right.
stupid. Yeah.
What did you say about the bullpen?
I don't recall. That was a long time ago. Yeah.
You don't want to go back and look that up?
By the way, we have barely talked about last night's game. James Outman, who we called out earlier this week, it tends to happen.
He called him out yesterday.
It's the bottom of the seventh. The Tigers had 2 runners on board, down 2-0, and they're at the bottom of the order. And it's a right-handed pitcher, and they put James Outman up, a left-handed. Outman, it was his turn. I mean, he didn't put him up, but he's up. He's up. And I'm like, oh, God, it's Outman. He's hitting 160. Righty. It's lefty-righty. And I'm like, isn't there somebody else on the bench that should be hitting here? But AJ stuck with him. And that's one of those moves. Like, AJ didn't pinch hit for Outman. Nobody will bring up and say, good job, AJ. But he didn't pinch hit for a 160 hitter who hit a bomb. And how sometimes teams just have magic?
Oh, boy.
Well, if you think about who's come through the last couple of games, Cater Montero, Hao-Yu Lee, and James Outman.
And McKinstry had 2 hits last night.
Feels a little bit like it could be MJM. That this team might have a little magic going on right now.
Well, I don't know if there's magic, but I think there's certainly a correction. May was terrible. Here's the correction. June, July, and hopefully the rest of the season is the correction. That this is back to being the team that we thought they were going to be when the season started. It was a season of hope. And then everything happened. There were injuries to the rotation where you lost, 3 guys right away to the rotation before you're throwing into the 4th game of the season. Yeah. And then you lose a couple of everyday players like Kerry Carpenter and Gleyber Torres and Javi Baez all leave the lineup. Wow. Well, that's tough to overcome in the second month of the season. So now they're starting to. They got to do a lot of digging out of that hole that they dug, which was massive. and they're looking like a competent team again. AJ talked about it today about one of the biggest differences is the defense. So they were one of the worst defense, if not the worst defense in all of baseball in May.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's get back to doing the fundamentals correctly and play the way we're supposed to play and how we're capable of playing defensively. And the rest is going to follow suit. And here comes the starting pitching. Looks like it's one of the best rotations in baseball, which is what we all thought going into the season. Well, now they're starting to realize some of that.
Bert is next on 97.1. Hello, Bert.
Hello, how you guys doing, man? I am here in Pontiac under the hot weather. But I want to remind everybody, 97.1, the ticket, it is the radio station for the Detroit Tigers. Hey, I want to say something. I don't know what people are talking about Scuba moving away. Scuba, it is with the World Series champions. He is at home. This is the World Series champion, the Detroit Tigers. Where is this going? We got the perfect combination. Third base, shortstop, second base, and first baseman. Who got the best? Who got those guys? You told me that.
Right.
Mechanical, he goes to third base.
Hey, hang on a second, Bert. I got to put you on hold. Hell, what?
Bert's fired up. I want to hear the rest of what Bert has to say. All right, Bert, we got the infield. What else do we got?
Oh, my goodness, man. Let me tell you something. The only best thing we got is Valdez. He's got to go. Valdez has got to go. That's the only stage of the Detroit Tigers. Anytime I see Valdez in the mound, I know I'm going to lose. I don't want him there no more.
Who?
Valdez.
Valdez is the worst creature. We don't want him in there. I shake when he's there. I know I'm going to lose when I see him in the mound.
This is like half Iron Sheik, half announcer for Telemundo in soccer.
It's an interesting cross. Yeah, no, Bert.
Kang, what do you think? Half Iron Sheik, half.
I mean, you know the Sheik more. So I was thinking more like, I can see the soccer guy. I don't know about Sheik.
The craziness of what he's saying is Sheik reminiscent. I'm just saying. I could see a little bit of Iron Sheik and then whatever that guy's name is.
I would like a little Bert to English translation, but I didn't understand a lot of that.
There's a reason AI was brought about, and maybe it was for that exact purpose.
It took me a while to understand he was talking about Framber Valdez.
Yeah.
But he does not like Framber Valdez.
He does not. And look, Framber in his it's getting close to half the starts now has been terrible. Mm-hmm. But the other starts are really good. He needs to start pitching well again. But tonight it's Skubal going against a young right-handed pitcher for Kansas City. Take advantage of this bad lineup again. Take advantage of the fact that Bobby Witt Jr. is not playing. Get off to an early lead, and then hopefully Skubal goes 6 shutout innings.
Big game.
And handles things.
All right, so Mike and Rico coming up next. What do you think those guys are going to be talking about today?
I understand that they're going to be talking about who the best Teletubby of all time is. Mike's Tinky Winky guy.
Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. LeBron James has inked a 2-year deal with the Philadelphia 76ers worth just $8 million. He's taking a near $50 million pay cut from last season. He said the following on X, quote, "This is my last decision. I'm not going for money. I'm not going for family. What am I really playing for at this point? I still want to sacrifice. I still want to work. I still want to grind. I still want to compete. To win and to have a chance at the feeling of winning," end quote. The governor of Pennsylvania has declared it LeBron James Day. Yahoo Sports wrote, says the Pistons big man wants a max deal for 5 years and $287 million. Quote, "You know it's rocky when your starting center takes a meeting with another team. The Lakers only for said team to immediately turn around and bring in someone else, Walker Kessler. We're talking about a multi-million-dollar difference in valuation between player and organization," end quote. Michigan basketball and Duke were set to face off on December 21st this upcoming year. That matchup has been canceled. At first, the game was supposed to be played at MSG. Then rumors came out it could be moved to Lone Depot Park, the home of the Marlins. Tigers manager A.J. Hinch joined Costin Jansen earlier and was asked about the trade deadline. Game 2 against the Royals, 6:40, right here on 97.1. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto.
Happy Friday. How the hell is everybody? Very exciting. Rico with the day off, and we have a noted AMC movie theater A-lister in our midst, Mr. Brendan Shabath.
All I want to say, Mike, to the movie community and the film industry is you're welcome.
I didn't know what a AMC A-lister was until pre-show. And
Yeah.
people actually stand up and clap.
Well, that part is the joke.
That's ridiculous.
You get on Delta and they say thank you for our Delta Plus members and our Delta Super.
But they never
Premier."
mean it.
No, neither
They
does
don't care.
Neither does AMC, and neither do the other moviegoers who are not A-listers. But for people who are hilarious and see the humor in it, it's funny to stand up and applaud yourself when you're an A-lister going to a movie.
I want to salute Mr. Shabat's commitment to excellence. He is missing his A-list film he was supposed to go see tonight.
6 weeks ago, but the tickets. You know,
I told you I'd cover for you if you want to dip early.
No, it's it's all
You're
right.
an A-lister.
We got it worked out.
Who the hell am I?
Exactly. The next one's free, so it's no loss.
Okay. We got a lot to get to. One of which is as little about Scooble as possible, but we're going to mention his name later as a part of something else. But we'll start with the news of the day. I think we can summarize it with, hope you enjoyed your offseason. The Pistons are effed. There you go. LeBron's going to Philly. That is a hellscape.
The Pistons were royally effed, according to a rival GM, before LeBron went to Philly like 48 hours ago.
This is a nightmare scenario.
Yeah.
Like DEFCON 1. As in, unless someone on that team dies or they just completely get cleared out by injury, you're not beating that team.
There's only one chink in that armor of Philly, and it's the usage rate of their 5 starters and maybe the bench if you really want to get into it. But that is, on paper, the best team in the Eastern Conference right now.
Not even close.
And it's not close. People, you want to talk about LeBron's age and LeBron being 42 and all this stuff. The dude averaged 21 points per game last year. Lowest of his career, right? It would have been second on the Pistons behind Cade, who was 5th in MVP voting.
Yeah, he's fabulous. And guess what? They can load manage him as much as they want. There's not going to be any pressure. They have 2 young guards in Edgecombe and Maxey that they can ride. Jaylen Brown is still in his prime. You just saw he carried the Celtics on his back. Embiid and LeBron, just be ready for April. So, look, I guess the question I'm going to ask is, does this make people more or less angry about what Langdon did and didn't do? And I say less as an option for one reason. If you were raging about the offseason and now you see this happen, there's probably no one move that would make you tangibly better than the Sixers in the first place. So does LeBron going to Philly almost calm you down?
Can I push back on that?
Yes.
What if they traded for Jaylen Brown? You trade for Jaylen Brown.
LeBron doesn't
He
go to
doesn't
Philly.
land in Philly. LeBron doesn't go to Philly. He
True.
probably goes to Cleveland or Miami or somebody. If he goes to Miami, that's just a complete bleep show of basketball talent there, the way that would work out. Philly, it works out nice. I think that's probably, other than maybe San Antonio, Philly's the best basketball option of the teams that we heard of the long list.
It was Cleveland or Philly. Those would have been the two. Because, again, with Cleveland, he slots right into the three.
They would have had to get rid of players, though. Like, they move on from Dean Wade. They probably have to move on from Max Strus and Dennis Schroeder. We don't know what happens with James Harden if he goes to Cleveland. Like, basketball-wise, yes, but they are not the same team structurally that we saw the last couple years.
For $8 million, though,
But
boy, oh
Philly, he just slides right in for pennies on the dollar.
But I think my problem, and I'll throw the number out. I don't know where this is going to go with people. I'm happy to talk about it. 248-539-9797. I think my biggest issue, Brendan, is just, once again, it's never us making the move. It's never us making that splash or being able to woo or trade for or sign. It's never us. And it bothered me the way the offseason went. And I look at it now, and it only makes me more upset because, frankly, I just don't see any scenario you're on their planet. And that's before, look, the Knicks are still here. That's before we look at the Pacers are going to have that bounce back. And Orlando, who should have beat you, will have a new coach they don't openly loathe. And like, hey, you want to say the Celtics are ass? That's cool. We're replacing them with look at all these other teams. I just will never understand what Trajan Langdon's intent was this offseason.
And Mike, I was on your team a couple weeks ago. The Pistons were, I think, at most like 37% there to being that team.
Yeah.
They make the Isaiah Joe trade, and you're like, okay, there's the start. They make the Isaiah Stewart trade. You're like, okay, there's the cap space we clear. They sign John Collins. That's an addition we need. Okay, there's room. We have all this cap space. There's the big move coming. We're waiting.
It did not.
And nothing happens. And you see the writing on the wall that there is nobody else left for them to go get. They have to figure out this Jalen Duren situation now. Last time I was on here with you, we had a whole long conversation about that and why that's also a complete bleep show and how we figure that out. We've got more on that today as
3
well.
o'clock.
Seems
3
like this
o'clock.
comes up every Friday, Jalen Duren and his situation. So they were close to being that, as close as it is to not making a move. But yeah, this is it's the ugly stepsister. It seems like we're like this with all 4 Detroit teams every single offseason and trade deadline.
The other problem I have too, and look, I am happy to have this debate. I'm not going to knock LeBron at age 40 for, quote, title chasing. Like this is a guy, okay, he took $8 million. All right, he would have played for free if the union would have allowed it. He's played 20 plus seasons. What a year 23?
24, I think, is coming up. Yeah.
This guy goes down in history as one of the greatest, if not the greatest. I don't want to do that whole Jordan LeBron thing. This is not Karl Malone with the Lakers. Because of what Brendan just said, LeBron is still an all-NBA caliber player. LeBron is still a 27-7 player. At that point, if he wants his last chapter to be playing winning basketball, the opposite of Jalen Duren, then to me, I think he's earned that right. I know. I can already hear people going, oh, he's just trying to chase it. Yeah, you know what? I think he's kind of earned that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's earned the right to sign for just $8 million to whatever team he wants, basically. 21, 6, and 7 with a steal per game in 60 games last year, Mike.
It's sick.
In year 23.
You know the worst part? Like, we talked about this. He would have been perfect here.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the problem. Like, I feel with Langdon, there's a bit of Scott Harris here, where it's like, same with Iserman, even though he's on the golf course now. Like, are any of you guys able to recruit anyone?
No.
To make a like, again, when you go out and make Framber Valdez the highest paid lefty in the history of baseball on an AAV basis, that's not recruitment. That's just damn near bribery. Like, here's $40 million.
And how did that work out?
Not well.
2 outs last time.
I know. Look, 8 of his 20 starts, he hasn't. He's given up at least 4 earned.
I got one for you. He's got 1 scoreless start this year.
That's brutal.
1.
Yeah, I can't beat that.
If
I could offer you a 1.4 whip, but I don't think that beats the stat he just gave.
But to your point about all the GMs in this city, you think of the top athlete. Sometimes we do this, rank the best athletes in Detroit sports, blah, 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 blah. How many do we got to get to? 10, 15 before we find an athlete who's in that conversation that is not a homegrown talent? And having homegrown talents is good. That's nice. But none of these teams have been able to get over the hump. Some of these teams, Red Wings and Pistons until 2 years ago, couldn't even get into the playoffs. Now that you're at that level, you have to sign those players that are going to get you over the hump. You have to have assets to be able to recruit those guys.
I'll tell you why it is the way it is. Because this is a town of good. This isn't a town of great. I don't know that the fans want greatness. I don't think the teams really feel pressure to provide it. We talk about this all the time, and I don't want to do this whole Scooble thing. But the Tigers' stated goal is to make the playoffs as many times as possible because, quote, that will give us the best chance to break through. It's not about the World Series. It's just not. Same thing. The Lions, they want to be sustained winning. That's not a thing in the NFL. You talk about the Wings or the Pistons. What was the first thing you read about the Pistons? The pricing was high, and they didn't want to pay what it took, and it would somehow shrink their window. Well, here, your window has shrunk. In fact, it's closed now. You're not winning it this year. You're not coming out of the East. It will require Philly to have a multitude of catastrophic injuries. Like that's where we're at now.
But that's just Philly.
No, I know.
You mentioned the Knicks and the Pacers and the Celtics and the Hawks. We're talking about multiple teams that you need a lot of luck on your side.
A lot of luck.
Because this is
possibly most luck.
Possibly more luck than anybody. This is basically the same Pistons roster that we had last year.
And that's my problem. You had a 64-win season. You have a superstar in Cade Cunningham. And I'm always paranoid because, Cade would never cutscene. Like it'll be 2028 and Stephen A. Smith's reporting Cade is demanded out. We don't have the time we think we have. And it's just, I'm very bothered because I feel like instead of being able to feel good about the Pistons, I now look back in anger going, what was any of it for? You wasted time. They didn't do anything at the deadline. You didn't do anything this offseason to truly upgrade. And it feels like if this were a car, like a NASCAR race, 3 cars passed us in the same turn.
Yeah.
So LeBron to Philly, what do you want to do with it? You're more or less upset with Trajan. We'll get to the latest on Duren because the report is so crazy. I almost feel like if it's true, he needs a psychological evaluation. But we're going to get to all of it. Limited Scooble stuff, but I know Shabath wants to talk about it briefly. He is an AMC A-lister. We got a lot to do on a Friday. 97.1. All right, we'll check the text real quick. Shabath in for Rico. We got Corbin on the phones. David is extra spicy today. What do you got with LeBron? Go ahead. Let me hear it.
I didn't get to mention it in that first segment, but the number this was brought to my attention pretty shortly after LeBron's deal got announced for 2 years and $8 million. Do you know who's going to make double LeBron James over the next 2 years?
I do, but I don't want to ruin your bit, so why don't you just say
one Patrick Showtime Kane is going to get paid double. You know, oh man, the field day that Kenny would have with you today if Patrick Kane, if he knew Kane was making double LeBron.
Absolute chaos.
Oh my God. Javonte Green is going to make more than LeBron next year, Mike.
Look, he's got the right to do this. I just don't
want.
I
know. It's just like the domino effect of decisions of Boston fans and the front office being so displeased with the Finals MVP and scared of his chemistry with Jason Tatum that they forced him out?
Hold on. Now we got some revisionist history going on. The reason they wanted Giannis was twofold. One is absolutely there was no world Jalen was going to go and be Tatum's sidekick. That's one. But hold on. The more pressing issue, it's an awareness in the organization that Missoula ball is a failed state, meaning of the 5 years, okay, yes, they've made 2 finals. They won one of them. The other 3 years were absolute playoff flameouts. They cannot continue to just shoot 53 threes a game. Getting Giannis materially changes the way the Celtics played. And look, they took a swing. It blew up in their face. It is what it is. Do I like this return they got for Jalen? No, I do not.
Is it the solution, though, then to get rid of Missoula and not the Finals MVP?
No,
because
one of the
guys has to wear the jersey.
But you got a flow chart back to it. He was never going to be. First of all, Jalen Brown's a pain in the ass. This isn't WEEI, and I don't think listeners here care. But if we can talk sports briefly. Jalen has a disease. It's called thinking he's the smartest guy in every room he walks into. 2, he angered everybody in the organization after Game 7 doing his stupid little podcast. Mm-hmm. And then the comments were very cryptic, meaning, oh, this was my favorite year ever. Oh, you mean the one where Tatum's dead?
He was gone.
Oh, I see where this is going. I think it's complicated. Did they get it right? No, they did not. I'm just saying, let's not just make it about that.
Yes, but it's interesting to see the domino effect in real time of Boston wanting to trade Jaylen Brown, trading him not to the Pistons. Pistons nowhere involved in the conversation. He goes to Philly. Philly gets one of the greatest NBA players of all time.
Because in order to win, you have to play. The Pistons never got in the game. They sat there.
Yes.
I leave it to the people.
Apparently, they got in the game on Austin Reeves and Tyler Hero, but that wouldn't have made any difference.
It's a league of do, not try.
Yep.
Somebody say something, or I'm going to the phone.
Listen, as a diehard NBA fan, I love the move. It'll be fun. And as Shabath is an AMC A-lister, I am an avid League Pass guy. I buy it every year.
That's almost worse.
No, Sixers are now number 1 on my list outside of teams, like out of market.
You already like an out-of-market team with the Clippers.
But they're grandfathered in. They're on one TV every night regardless. But
That's
now,
fair.
especially when I told David a couple hours ago, if all 5 of these Sixers are starting, I might call off work. That's must-see TV for crying out loud.
I mean, it's way more interesting than the Pistons. That's for sure.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's the thing. As someone who has some love for the Pistons, oops, you
go
messed
to the
up.
people. We'll get to the text momentarily. Let's go to Rico 97.1. Rico, how you doing, buddy?
Doing good. You guys hear me all right?
Loud and clear?
Yes, sir.
What's on your mind?
So, I know, I see stuff on, social media and whatnot, though. The only chance I think the Pistons have with now LeBron going to the Sixers would be if they actually heavily pursued KD. And I know that's, been a rumor, but I don't think that'll ever happen. But you have to get KD and you have to get Jalen Duren to sign the line. But now I'm kind of, not wanting Jalen Duren because it seems like he's just absolutely insane for wanting that amount of money when he does not deserve it whatsoever.
Oh, we've even got an update on Duren, and I want to do this for you because you're on with us. According to reports today, do you know what he actually wants?
He wants the max, the full max.
He
right?
wants 5 at 287. You know what you should do is drop off a urine cup outside of his house. Like you need to be drug tested.
That's absolutely horrible. After the playoffs, you thinking that you deserve that amount of money.
It's insanity.
That's just absurd.
Total insanity to
if
me.
If you were to sign him, though, even though he's insane, whatever, but you still need a center, and there's no other centers. Getting him and getting KD wowould be your only chance at taking down the Sixers.
Yeah, Rico.
Now you're screwed.
My only thing with KD, though, is at this point, even if you add Kevin Durant to this Pistons team, I'm not convinced that they're beating Philly or New York, and that depends on if you have Jalen Duren or not. So in that sense, it's almost like a gap year where you save the assets you would give up for a Kevin Durant trade at 35 or 36 years old, however old he is, and instead go for a bigger free agent next year. Because if you do look at the free agent market next season, there's a lot bigger names than we got this offseason.
But you're not going to get none.
I'm sure it is. It just stinks that it's another year out of Cade's prime that we're not going all in and trying to go get it. Because you could have done it this offseason. You could have made something happen, like getting Jaylen Brown or even getting Tyler Hero. Tyler Hero could have helped you, but no, we're
I think part of the problem is, Rico, part of the problem is your GM seems entrenched on who his big three are. And the problem is there's no real consensus amongst fans, meaning we all know Cade is the dude. But you could have healthy conversation about one or neither of Duren and Ausar being these immovable, untouchable assets. That was always going to be the problem, is they were never going to move Ausar. And they had no appetite to move Duren, which confused me then. It really confuses me now. And look, to your point, Rico, gap year, Brendan, you're going to pay Ausar now. He's not free anymore. Ausar's going to be probably making $30 million. That cap's not going up next year.
It's Dan Campbell after the 2024 NFC Championship. We don't know if we'll be back here. It's all about the window. And that Pistons window, if it's not shut, it's damn near close.
I think it's something where there's a major speed bump in the road now. And again, the problem with all of this, and I hearken, got to keep the streak alive, even though Rico's not here. I want to hearken. We did a show, and I don't like the breaking news stuff. That's not my lane. I try to stay out of it. I have info. People can read between the lines, and I think they can figure certain things out. But this was one where I went, hey, guys, look. I got a phone call 30 minutes before the show, and it was a buddy of mine who covers the league on a national level. And he goes, no, they're done. I go, what do you mean they're done? There has to be more. I sounded like Paul Serra, but there has to be more. And it was the idea of the analytics people are in his ear.
Yeah.
And when you look at this was an analytics offseason.
Yeah,
this was getting better in the margins, tweaking things, adding by percentage shooting. But here's the problem. Look, Isaiah Joe's a shooter. Good. But like when you add John Collins, don't tell me you added shooting. He takes 1-3 a game.
Right.
That's ridiculous.
Right.
So it was just this, oh my God. Trajan, we've got nerds running the Pistons. And what's the end game?
Well, it's part of the reason they want Jalen Duren too, and maybe part of the reason, I don't know, but maybe why he wants the max is because the analytics from last season, depending on what you look at, have Jalen Duren as like the 6th best player in the league. The same metric that had Jaylen Brown like 83rd had Jalen Duren a top 10 player in the NBA last year.
Can I say this? This is my problem. I'm not one of these old heads who denies mathematics. I like analytics. What I don't like is when we turn it into a death cult.
Right.
When we take the analytic and everything's the New Testament. Any analytic that says that Jaylen Brown's the 83rd best player and Duren's the 6th, I'm going to just go ahead and throw that in the garbage.
There has to be a deep flaw in whatever that is.
Yeah,
and I have
refine the spreadsheet, please.
If you really do look at the specifics of basketball and like whatever stat you're specifically looking at and where it is founded, you don't have to understand the math or the formula, but where it comes from and what it means and what numbers it draws from. There are some that there is a lot of context necessary when you look at those numbers.
I agree, but look. LeBron going to Philly has materially changed the East.
Yes.
And I know I'll get made fun of. I actually really like what Atlanta's done.
They're a much better team.
Other teams seem to just be trying more. That makes me more upset at Trajan. But I leave it to you guys. We'll get to your phone calls. We got an AMCA lister with us. And at 3 o'clock, we got a doozy. Duran v. Skubal. New stuff for both. Oh, boy. But we're going to get your phone calls next. 97.1. All right, text, then we get to the calls. We got fair or foul. We got who said it later. Shabath, what do you got?
It says it feels like Detroit sports teams are on perpetual gap years, and when they do spend, it's after the real opportunity to win has passed. That's Jason in Clarkston.
I just think they're risk averse. And I do feel like even though this is one of the 5 great American sports cities, it's starting to feel small market from a mindset. It's starting to feel very small market, especially with the way the mass media covers these teams. I mean, it's basically turning into one giant brothel.
It's crazy to think that Jalen Duren wants the max contract, even if he had a decent playoff. Yes, he had a great year but he's nuts. He's not that dominant at center yet.
If he wants the max, I have no words for you. There's nothing I can say. There's no conversation to have. If he truly wants $278 million and he is not willing to sign for $150, which I think is an overpay, then maybe he's closer to taking the qualifying offer than we all realize.
I mean, we're back in the conversation of bad faith negotiations like a couple of weeks ago with Dylan Larkin. I mean, if you're not even willing, hell, throw Tarek Skubal in there. If you're not even willing to come to the table and realize your shortcomings in the only games of the season that matter, then what are we doing here?
Listen, that's why I said what I said. I'm never going to sell the panic. But, man, it is July 24th. And if you got a report, we'll get to it in about 20 minutes. If this cat wants 270, hey, we're not even speaking the same language. Maybe he's closer to signing that. I think it'd be insane. I think he's getting horrific advice. But whatever, carry on.
All the Detroit sports GMs did residual damage to their franchises via their timid approach to pro player acquisition by showing their star players they aren't serious about winning championships.
Look, I don't think you could say that about the Tigers. They went all in. I don't have to like all the things they did, which I didn't, but they got right up to that luxury tax line. Tarek cannot feel that way.
Can we say that about the other three?
No, I was just making sure.
Yes.
Despite what some may feel, fairness is my favorite F word. It is not. Carry on.
If I'm Cade Cunningham, I'm looking at this offseason like WTF. He was tired as hell at the end of last year's playoff, and unless they make a big move in free agency, and I lost the rest of it, got cut off.
Hold on. All right. Fair or foul? When do we start entering Cade into the blame game? Every decision this organization makes, no one's got a louder voice than him. If he walked in and bleeped all over Trajan's desk and said, get me a Robin and here's a list, they got to go do it. That did not happen. What if Cade had a role in some of this?
I think I get where you're going with this, and especially in the NBA, as compared to all other three leagues, there is no larger player empowerment than for the star player than in the NBA. And Cade has that leverage, but I think he's probably one more year away, one more year like last year from really being able to be Cade GM Cunningham, like LeBron has been for 20 years.
I had to just ask.
Yes.
Now, may I rebuttal on that? Because I think
this isn't court. We're not doing rebuttals or cross-examination.
He would like to push back.
Yes,
I
there we go.
push back
a little pushback per se. I think the whole Cade thing, Shabat, to your point about being a year away from that, after what we've seen him do in a regular season and I've seen the playoffs, especially when their backs were up against the wall against the Magic, he has every right to kind of walk in the room right now and say, hey, I'm the guy. You gave me the max contract a couple of years ago, so here's a list of what I want. Now go make it happen, or at least attempt to, because we haven't really seen reports of them being involved with these bigger names this offseason. So I'm on the side that Cade, he needs to do that type of stuff, especially now because the East, I said it when we were out there, the Knicks winning it, they've kind of this weird ripple effect now within the Eastern Conference has gotten much better, and you've stayed behind the eight ball.
Listen, I am on Team Cade voicing his frustration and pulling his weight to do what he wants to get this roster to grow. I'm trying to put us and myself in a Cade Cunningham mindset and think this was really the first major year. Like, we could see the writing on the wall or on the tea leaves, what was going to happen and where Cade was going. But last year's really the first year where we had the numbers to back it up. Fifth in MVP voting, everything he did in the playoffs, and the way he led them in the regular season. Maybe he feels he needs one more year like that to really push his weight around as far as roster construction on the team.
Well, when he's ready, let the people know so they can stop wasting their money. How about that?
Well, and I agree with that. And even to go back to Trajan's comments around the trade deadline, calling his 60-win season, a gap year. What are we doing? Go for the moment now while it's there for the taking.
We're getting better in the margins. Let's go to Charles, 97.1. Charles, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How we doing, fellas?
Excellent. What do you got?
Yeah, so as a huge Pistons fan, I can't help but feel extremely disappointed with the way this offseason has went. At first, I was holding some optimism. I really feel like Trajan could go for it this offseason and really, get us somebody to help Cade out and really improve this roster. But I feel like so far it's been a lateral move at best. And, when you look at the scope of this thing, Mike, the 76ers went from being an extremely mid-team last year to now having arguably the best starting five in the league on paper. And it's just so frustrating as a Pistons fan, as somebody who has waited for a season like last year to happen for a while, and then we do nothing to build on it. We're going to go into the season with John Collins and Taurean Prince as our forwards? It's very, very frustrating with the lack of moves that we have made. I would have honestly at this point felt better if we just ran it back with the same squad and insert Isaiah Joe, honestly. But, yeah, it's definitely very frustrating.
No, and Charles, the problem? And it's not a problem. It's just your current situation. You're not happy with winning anymore. Winning is now expected. So now it's okay. Do I enjoy watching the products? This is part of my deal with the Tigers. It's not about the winning. They're supposed to win. I don't enjoy watching it. Pardon me, I don't need the James Outman Powerball theater from last night. I want ball players. It's the same thing with the Pistons. What's it all for? Like, what's going to get you to take your hard-earned money and go down to that arena? If you know it ain't going to end in a championship or even a remote possibility of one, what's the point?
Absolutely. I mean, you got two teams who for sure, I don't know about the Heat, but on paper, I mean, they've probably got a better roster than us. You got the Sixers who for sure have a better roster than us. The Celtics, they're kind of a question mark at this point, but it's just like this team, this roster that we have right now, and honestly, I have to add as well, I don't understand the Kevin Huerter getting re-signed at all.
Where on earth did that turn into a 3-year, $27 million deal? I mean, do you got pictures of somebody with a goat? Where do you get 3 for $27 for Kevin Huerter? And I know it's not like you're breaking a bank and $9 million. It's a lot in the real world, but not in basketball. What?
Double LeBron the next 2 years.
All right, you got to stop. You got to stop. Charles, I appreciate it. Thank you very much,
you
sir.
guys.
Have
Have
a
a good
wonderful weekend. You got it. We'll go to Eric, 97.1. Eric, how you doing, pal?
Hey, doing wonderful. How are you?
Good.
Good. So I keep hearing this. Kevin Durant. Is this the same KD that quit on like the last 3 teams that he played for? What is going to be different about bringing Kevin Durant to Pistons that Kevin Durant didn't do for the last 3 teams he was with? Can you talk to that and maybe educate the listeners?
Yeah, listen, I'm not one of the KD truthers, so I'm going to step aside. I think Shabazz likes him more than I do. So you can get first crack, and then I'll explain it. Go ahead.
Well, Kevin Durant is, in my opinion, the greatest pure scorer in NBA history. He adds unbelievable depth to the floor spacing that the Pistons can have just from a basketball perspective. But to your point about him quitting on the teams, the Pistons are, I would argue, in a better situation, or have been in the last 2 years, at least going into the playoffs, being in the Eastern Conference and being a team that tries as hard as they do and has a star like Cade Cunningham. Better situation than the Rockets were the last couple of years that Durant has been there. Also, the same way we talk about this a lot with LeBron and some of his favorite players in the league, Kevin Durant loves Cade Cunningham. Cunningham went on his little show or whatever they had, and they've got
patronizing.
They've got
he
a
went
relationship.
On his little show.
I don't know. It's not a podcast, I don't think, but you know what I mean. Kevin Durant and Cade have a relationship, and I think that matters to your point and your question about his focus and his motivation if he were to be here.
Hey, here's the last part, Eric. No, you first, Eric. I'll wait. Go ahead, bro.
I was just going to say, the supporting cast of the Houston Rockets seem to favor bringing in a superstar, quote unquote, like KD, to be able to balance that out, provide the scoring that you just talked about. And somehow that didn't materialize. I just don't see the roster that we had even last year that was going to actually support KD trying to play through and picking up where a young superstar like Cade kind of got tired and fell off. Not anything to Cade's point. Sorry to interrupt you, Mike.
No, not at all. Eric, the only other thing, too, is just, to kind of take up for fans. You start running down the list of guys you wanted. They went somewhere else. You got a limited pool of players that have even been mentioned in the news cycle. And I understand Shabazz's point. Look, as much as I have a disdain for KD, for all intents and purposes, he went 50, 40, 90 last year. 50% from the field, 40% from 3, and I think it was 88% from the line, but that's Steph Curry type stuff. So I will fully admit, are you a better team with him than without? Of course. The problem, I don't know that was ever real. I mean, we couldn't even make a real run at Trey Murphy. You think you're getting KD?
Well, we didn't get into that either when KD got brought up, but that report comes from not so accurate reporter who even threw another one out today in Benedict Mathurin is someone the Pistons are interested in.
Okay, hold on. You may as well sign Benedict Arnold. Benedict Mathurin? What the hell's that supposed to do for me?
Corbin, thoughts on Benedict Mathurin being a Piston?
Yeah, guy's been on hasn't he been on 4 teams in 4 years?
2, actually. Just Pacers and Clippers. He got traded at the deadline. He was part of like the Zubac trade. He's a good piece. He's a nice young guy. I would love to see him in Detroit.
Well, he's a good. They're like patting people on the head. Okay,
you might be mixed up with someone else, Mike.
No. I don't want any more C-listers. The job is not to have, quote, nice pieces. The job is to have a guy next to Cade that is his equal. That is someone that you are going to go down the road the next 3 to 5 years and chase championships. Benedict Mathurin?
Listen, I'm not saying he's the number 2 you guys need, but you put him on there.
See,
you
did the you guys.
You can get some good scoring right there. You can attack the lane and whatnot, shoot the 3, and he gives you good defense.
Oh, that's great. Well, hey, you know what? Let me ask you a question. How come he's not signed?
Because you know what? I have that actually saved for fair fouls. I'll keep my thoughts to myself.
Good. Because that report is probably BS.
Okay, then.
Who it comes from.
I don't even know who it's from. You could have told me they're going to sign Benedict Cumberpatch. You got to be kidding me. Warm weather's here, and everybody's on the road, even Benedict Mathurin. Distracted drivers, people flying all over the place. If you get in an accident, you have one call you've got to make. It's David Femininio, the accident response team. They're going to help you get your life back, and David will help you get what you deserve. Don't let the insurance company run the show. Call 855-65-CRASH or go to getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. All right. This is a fun deal that Shabath brings to the table. Normally it's with Stoney, but it is fair or foul. Corbin joining in. This is sports, non-sports, and I've got a good one.
You have a good one.
Uh-huh.
Would you like to start?
No, you just gave it to me off the air. Okay. David, music, please.
All right, I'm going to start with one because I was on vacation last week, and so some of these are inspired from my trip.
Okay.
I did something I've never done in my life before. No, that is not what I did.
What a vacation.
I went golfing, and fair or foul, I hit a guy without yelling for. Let me add some context.
Is this like Curb? Was he deaf?
No. So I had a very poor drive. I drop kicked it for the non-golfers who don't know what that means. I hit the ground before I hit the ball. So it wasn't going very far, but it is still off the tee, an elevated tee box, and it was slicing to the right into the trees, and right from under the tree line, as soon as my golf ball gets to its landing point, comes a golf cart. And I drilled this guy right in the chest, and he let out a yelp. You could have heard it from all the way back here, and I was in Minnesota. I mean, it was. I raced down there, and I apologized and said, "I'm so sorry, I didn't see you. I would have yelled for, obviously, but it came in last second. Can I buy you a beer or something?" And he was a good sport about it. He was fine. He just went on and kept playing. But I've never done that before. That's the first time in my life I've hit somebody.
All I'm thinking about is the movie Falling Down. Oh, where are your pills? Oh, they're in the cart? Oh, you and your stupid little hat. All right, so I'm not a guy. I don't know if I'm qualified to answer this.
Are you familiar with the manners?
Yes, like if you shank one, you're supposed to just blurt out for.
Well, no, if it's going near somebody, you're supposed to yell for as a courtesy. So
you
they
didn't
can,
see the
take
guy.
cover.
You weren't a jerk about it. You offered to buy him a beer. You seemed like you had empathy.
Yes,
I think this is fair. But I'm also not qualified.
Yeah, no, it's fair. You handled it in a very fair manner. And what are the odds of that happening? His cart turns at the perfect time where your ball's at. Like, come on now.
There was maybe a lawsuit here. His cart didn't have one of those visors, that go halfway up and then you can flip the little like plastic windshield. I think if his cart had that, we might have been okay. But he's got a big welt on his chest now.
God. Yeah, if the cart was sitting there and you knew they were there and then the ball goes that way, yes, you should have yelled it. But they popped up out of nowhere, so I think you're fair.
Yeah, it was last second. I was so scared, but,
All right, Mike, this is for you to go back to my Benedict Mathurin point.
Hey, Corbin's got his diary again.
My Bible, yeah.
From the book of Exodus, Corbin Simons.
All righty. Fair or foul, how Adam Silver in the NBA is handling the aspiration investigation. We're on
foul.
What now? Almost month 10
foul.
or 11?
Totally foul.
Thank you. It is, because to answer your question about Mathurin, why he's not on the team, Clippers want him. We can't do anything without knowing what happens with this Kawhi trade.
I think it's pretty absurd that a league where, by the way, Adam Silver, high-powered attorney, a league filled with resources that we all would just be astounded by. You cannot have this drag on. This is almost like spending $12 million on a report and not producing a report.
Yeah, no.
Oh, wait, I just saw that too. Now, I don't understand it. We've all known Kawhi had a questionable situation. This needed to be buttoned up.
David Stern would have had it done by Christmas last year.
Absolutely. I think this is definitely foul. The only defense I can think of, and it's not a good one, is that he was maybe waiting for the LeBron situation to sort itself out, because that was holding up the offseason for the rest of the NBA as well. Now everybody else is going to get moving in free agency and in restricted free agency, like you bring up with Mathurin. But for Silver, I don't think that factors in. So definitely foul.
I just think it does. I'm not a big Silver guy as is, but he has just waited too long, and he had the whole regular season to handle it. That's my thoughts.
Yeah, it's foul. I mean, I guess he's trying to ride that line because I don't really think he wants to punish the owner here. So I think that's why he's taking forever, but he has to do his job, so it's foul.
Ballmer is the richest owner in the league, might I add.
By the way, fair or foul, allowing this Tom Dundon or whatever to buy the Blazers and just be an absolute grift.
Awful.
That's a disgrace. Portland
Terrible.
Deserves better. Sorry. Carry on.
Absolutely foul. Next one, fair or foul. Mike, you mentioned you learned today that I'm an AMC A-lister, so
yes.
Keeping with that theme, fair or foul, discussing the plot for a movie around coworkers who don't want it spoiled.
Foul. Got to respect people.
Now, I bring this up as I agree that it's foul, as someone who vehemently avoids any and all information I can about a movie I'm about to see. And in pre-show today, Corbin brought up the point about, for example, The Odyssey was written 10,000 years ago, and we all know what's going to happen. But this has happened with two different movies. Another movie coming out in December, Dune, is also based on books that not everybody, i.e. me, have read.
I don't care. Keep moving.
The trailer came out, and I had coworkers discussing.
No, that's foul. But you're bringing up other movies. I don't even
There's
know.
two.
What the hell's a Dune?
The Dune series.
Timothy Chalamet, your boy, the ping pong boy.
I'm out. That movie sucked. that Pete Supreme. Movie sucked. I couldn't believe I wasted my time watching that movie.
This is a different series. This is like sci-fi. This is Star Wars-esque.
Oh, so nerd stuff. Rico would love it. All right, keep it moving.
Coming out.
No, I think it's foul as well. The one thing, and I can give you the leeway on the Dune because those are books I haven't read, and I don't know how the third movie will go, but we had to read The Odyssey in school.
I've read it.
Yeah,
I understand.
So we had
I'm just
to.
a guy who likes to know as little about the movie as possible.
But yeah, no. If you're out here spoiling stuff, especially after it's come out like a week or so,
and you can't do it to an AMC A-lister.
Exactly. Clap for him, damn it.
Can't believe that's a thing.
Yeah, it's foul. You should never do this to anyone. But if it's a book, it might be more fair.
But my thing is I haven't read the Dune books.
I understand
so
that.
I don't know what happens in book 3, and these guys are talking about, well, I wonder how they're going to do this in the movie, and when this happens,
Hey,
well,
David.
3 is actually a slow burn. So I don't want to know that.
David, have you ever thought about doing some form of like AMC A-lister program with Greater Life?
No.
Like you get priority pew seating, or you get like you can request a scripture, like Casey Kasem requesting dedication. Like you could, David, this could be a moneymaker. You're a Greater Life A-lister.
Absolutely.
You get priority seating. You get priority you could do parking with your name on the spot. Like when you go to West Point.
The parking lot is right next to the church.
But the priority people get the spots right next to the door.
In front of the handicap spots.
Yes. You are priority.
There is some revenue here to be made, David, if you want it.
A Greater Life A-lister. All right, that's enough. More fair or foul later in the show. 97.1
Brought to you by Michigan Auto Law. LeBron James, not yet, will look to become the first player in NBA history to win a title with 4 different teams. He announced he's heading to the 76ers on a 2-year, $8 million deal. Their projected starting lineup includes James, Maxey, Brown, Edgecombe, and Embiid. NBA insider Kevin Smith says that we should expect some other deals to start moving now that LeBron has found his landing spot. Yahoo Sports is hearing that Pistons center Jalen Duren wants a max deal, aka 5 years and $287 million. The Tigers have game 2 of their 4-game series with the Royals. Tarek Skubal on the mound. You can hear that 6:40 first pitch right here. Members of the 06 team will be in attendance celebrating the 20-year anniversary of the AL pennant.
Any of them prepared to hit?
Maybe. No, they're all pitchers, actually. Fox NFL rules analyst Mike Pereira is in Michigan tomorrow for Officiate Michigan Day. I asked him if the NFL would ever adopt what the UFL does and give the TV broadcast an inside look at the replay center. He doesn't think so. At the Courtwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto.
Three o'clock. Nice to have you with us. We got some people who still want to rap about LeBron going to Philly and whether that just angers you more about what the Pistons did or didn't do this offseason. We're going to get to those, but I want to enter something else into the discussion as well. Look, we've all had our fill, and while it is one of the biggest stories in all of baseball and it's in our backyard, we're all sick of it. We're sick of Tarek Skubal. So I wanted to juxtapose something. And Shabbat is very passionate about the Skubal thing. But this report about Jalen Duren, I think, enters him into a new stratosphere of loathe.
Yes.
So here is the report. And I promise you, what I am reading to you is not a joke. It's not hyperbole. And it's not from The Onion.
Today is not April 1st?
It is not.
Okay.
Yahoo Sports reporting Jalen Duren wants the full 5-year, $287 million max deal from the Pistons. He wants the max. He's 22. He was a critical piece of the Pistons team that shocked the world en route to 60 and finished third team All-NBA, close quote. So I ask you a very loaded question. Who are you more annoyed with? Tarek Skubal's never-ending talking or Jalen Duren's never-ending delusion? 5 at 287 when the marketplace is saying you're probably 4 at 120, 5 at 150. This is a discussion. And I know you're hopped up on the Skubal stuff, so let's just get to it.
Well, can I throw in who's this report from? Kelly Iko?
Yes.
Can I throw that person into this conversation for who I'm more annoyed? Just because shocked the world. Can we slow down a little bit for one? All right, we knew the Pistons were going to be a good team. We didn't think they were going to be
I'm with you
first seed in the East, but you're just completely discounting the fact that the guy had 10-9 in the playoffs, all right? So I get it, but nobody shocked the world here.
We all thought they were going to be a top 4 seed in the East, so they won 7-8 games more than we thought. Bottom line, we knew they were going to be good.
Right.
I agree. Go ahead.
But I am very annoyed with Jalen Duren, especially with the report added today. But the advantage that Jalen Duren has in this battle for me against him and Tarek Skubal is I don't have to hear him talk. But I do have to hear Tarek Skubal speak. And every time he does, he makes me more and more and more frustrated that he is still here and still wearing the Old English D. Because by God, all he says is that's the only logo he wants to wear, but he won't do the things he's got to do to keep wearing it past the next 10 days. And I'm so over talking about him, answering questions about him, because I'm sure, Mike, that you understand this. And, you know, this is not putting roofs on houses like you say, whatever. But we have people in our lives as sports people who are not sports people. And it is their right, and they have every ability to ask us sports questions. And people do that a lot. And I actually like it and take it as an honor and a privilege that, they take an interest in what I'm interested in, what I do for work, and they ask me sports questions. I like answering them. But if I have to answer another Tarik Skubal question, why do they want to trade him? Well, why doesn't he want to stay? Well, why don't they just sign him? Well, what if they do that? I'm so over it. And it can all be done if he just signed the effing contract. Or if they just traded him. I'm mad at both. I'm mad at Skubal. I'm mad at Harris. I'm mad at the organization. I'm mad at the team for being 5 games below 500. I'm mad that Skubal didn't get his elbow checked out in January and avoid all of this and probably not have us go 6-22 in May. Yet here we are, and here he is talking again. And now what are we going to do tonight? I got to watch him pitch.
You don't have to.
I don't have to. You're right.
The Royals are atrocious. It's not even worth it. Plus, don't worry, a 150 hitter with 2 outs and 2 strikes in the 8th will bail you out and a 3-run pizza. I told you, once the deadline gets here, I'll know whether I'm going to go all in or I can stop caring. I can't do the daily stuff. The Skubal thing, look, I don't want to go down this road because I do. I like the topic. I hear you, all right? My thing with Duran is I don't think – look, Skubal has won back-to-back Cy Youngs. Skubal's issue is the talking. I don't know why you need to talk.
Cyclosporiasis of the mouth.
Yeah, I don't get it. And that routine he pulled yesterday, I mean, look, I think I'm more annoyed today is and look, I don't know Cody Stavenhagen from a hole in the wall. The point is, Cody, you wrote a really nice piece. You had really good quotes from Tarik Skubal. Do me a solid. Don't backtrack when it gets hot and blame it on sports radio blowing it up. I get a little tired of that, doing this for 25 years. Well, it was sports radio that did do. Whoa. Hold on a second, Cody. Booby, baby, here's the deal. You wrote a great piece. Tarik Skubal said those words. You put it in print. You then write a follow-up piece where you don't clarify what Skubal said. You don't alter what Skubal said. And you blame it on sports radio. Come on. Can we not do that? That's very 2005. Don't do that. That's annoying. Sports radio didn't do anything wrong because basically what you're saying is fans are dum-dums. That fans couldn't read your article. Cody, you knew what you were doing. By the way, you were doing the right thing. You wrote something really interesting. Now I know it's a low bar to clear here in Detroit, but you did it. Congrats. You wrote something interesting. We all read what we read. Then you listen to Tarik, you look at his body language, you hear his voice change, you hear him trying to spin his way out of it. I get it, but I'm not going to do this with you guys. I get it, but people say lots of things that aren't true about me. Dude, welcome to being a public figure. 99 out of 100 things aren't going to be true about you. That's why you make $30 million a year. I mean, give me a break, dude. That annoyed me. That did. Because it's look, you don't need to blame others. You can just, Tarik, you said it. Here's how you wouldn't have to play this game, and you wouldn't have to clarify. You never said it at all. What possessed you to tell a writer on the record that the arbitration played a role in your decision not to get your elbow checked out? What possessed you to say that?
And then to turn around and tell that same writer in the same breath that you want to stay here for the foreseeable future past the deadline because you think this team can win a World Series. Get out of here with that.
I agree.
I'm so over him saying that because if he actually did it and he actually believed the words that were coming out of his mouth that he knows are going to get back to us as fans, then he would, again, Mike, sign the effing contract.
Well, I think, first of all, Boris has done what Boris is hired to do. I don't know that there is a contract because Boris wasn't going to accept anything the Tigers offered. There's no getting him back.
But you have said this for months, and I am in absolute agreement. You're Tarik Skubal. He works
Correct.
for you.
No. I agree. Please don't yell at me as an A. I'm not an A-lister at AMC like you. Okay. The point I'm making is if Tarik wanted to be a Tiger, he could make that happen. So I want to land the plane. The Duran thing bothers me, but I think you nailed it, is I don't have to hear from Duran. But I think it can't be undersold. Duran's delusion is really starting to upset me. Because if you truly want 5 at 287, and we're sitting here on July 24th, it makes me wonder if you're willing to sign that qualifying offer. And at that point, I think you need counseling. But Scooble is more in your face in that you got the agent feeding writers, you got Scooble talking multiply, then you got a guy who Scooble, it just seems like, sounds like, feels like, wants to be loved, doesn't want to be the bad guy. It's very needy, all of it.
But
you know what I want?
But he knows he's leaving, and so he's trying to position himself now before he's gone to, as you say, be loved.
I lean Scooble, but it's way closer than maybe you expect. It's like how you and I lost the first race at Saratoga. It's that close. It's very close between Duren and Scooble, because this latest Duren report, you can't be reasonable with an unreasonable person. Jalen Duren and his representatives, if that report is true, that's actually worse than Boris.
Yeah.
Someone's going to pay Scooble what Boris wants. No one's going to pay Duren what he's asking.
See, but Mike, you just said it, and it's based on something that you said, Brendan. You said that it could be over with Scooble if he just signed a deal, right? All of this can be over with Duren if his delusion didn't get in the way. That's why I'm more upset with Jalen Duren, because it's all out there. Contract this, sign it, but your delusion won't allow you to sign it.
And maybe that's the key distinction here between the two, because while Scooble has his own delusions about this team's ability to win the World Series and the fact that he wants to be here even though he won't sign the contract, he is accurate in that he is probably going to get paid close to, if not a little bit more probably, than what he's worth. Jalen Duren is nowhere near worth what he is asking for.
Correct.
And that is a big difference as well.
248-539-9797. We will get the calls, both on LeBron going to Philly, and is that a death nail for the Pistons? Also, does it make you look at the offseason worse? And then, part 2 of this, Duren report from Yahoo, and I did. I wanted to give Shabbat a shot to talk Scooble, because you weren't here yesterday, and dude, it happened, and we did it, and then Cookies texted me, and it was like Stephen Hagen's report last night. I'm like, man, don't do that. Don't blame social media or fans or sports radio like somehow we're off the reservation. You wrote a really good piece. Stand on it. The quotes are the quotes, and it's very simple. He allowed the arbitration to affect his decision that then affected the team. And we don't need a boogeyman.
To Scooble and to Stephen Hagen, don't treat us like we're stupid, because we're not. We can read the quotes that you say, and if you meant what you say, you would sign the contract. And for Cody, we can read the quotes and jump to our own conclusions. You don't have to defend it and blame sports radio the next day.
Yeah, I know. Sports radio is always a good boogeyman.
Yeah.
It's always a power move. It's always been that way. 248-539-9797. We'll get to the calls. We'll get to the texts. And David will be rolling out priority seating at Greater Life. I'm working on a logo for it. It's going to be incredible. And it's going to be free with your Clear membership at the airport.
Oh, wow.
Power moves by Greater Life. 97.1. Straight to the people. Let's get to it. We got multiple things in the hopper. One, LeBron is with the Sixers. Again, your inexplicable offseason looks even worse if you're a Piston fan. And then part two, Yahoo Sports, Jalen Duren. Oh, he don't want 150 or 160 or 180. Jalen Duren, according to Yahoo Sports, is firm. He wants 5 at 287. And that puts him in a Scooble category of who are you more annoyed with at this point?
Where's the Kenny Ha for that?
David has that. I don't have that.
But Mike, we were asking people, who are you more annoyed with? Yes. Who is Jeremy Otto more annoyed with, Jalen Duren or Tarek Skubal? A text says, I'm more annoyed with Duren. At least Skubal is good enough to deserve the money. Kind of the point we were making right before the break.
That's fair.
Mark from Ann Arbor says, can I say both?
No, you got to pick one. 51-49. You got scales of justice. You got to pick one.
How about this one? Skubal currently makes $88,000 a day. Most people watching him don't make that a year. I'm so effing tired of this guy. Get him the F out of here.
I mean, that's as if I wrote it. No, because again, it's like when even in his words, this is the whole problem. Like, Tarek, you're the source. Like, the team's decision to take me to court. Yeah, it was a court date where you were either going to walk out making $19 million or $32. That's not the same as the guy in court for child support. Like, what are we talking about? Let's go to Thomas, 97.1. Tom, how you doing, buddy?
All right, what's going on?
What's up, Tommy?
To give you guys some context on what's going on, from what I'm hearing, they're offering him somewhere between 5 years, 150 to 170, and he wants a max deal at 5 years, 287, which is $85 million difference. And then the holdup is that they have other pieces that they're going to add on. From what I'm hearing from close sources, they're saying KD is locked in and ready to go, but they can't negotiate his contract and Asar Thompson contract until they get this big deal done with Duren. So he's the holdup. So, and like anybody said, we're in a rocket, stuck between a rock and a hard place because he's K's buddy. So no matter what you guys think about Duren, just think about Cade. If you get rid of him, it's one thing to get rid of these two.
But Thomas, that's why I brought it up. Cade deserves some of the blame. Like, you got to be careful who you attach yourself to. Like, Jalen Duren, to me, I don't think Jalen Duren's required for this team to win a championship. And if Jalen Duren wants 287, I mean, Thomas, if I sit down at the negotiating table with you, and I mean, think about it. Are you going to feel good if they paid him 250? No. You going to feel good? You're going to feel good at 225?
No.
All right. You going to feel good at 200? Like, where?
I do too.
All right. So you do $40 million a year for Duren.
I mean,
I struggle with
it's not going to play out. It's not going to get to the 40. You know, the last year the contract is null and void. They're gonna renegotiate between then. But this is what I would tell Duren if I was his agent. You take the 170. You're going to be eligible for the real max when you get done, and then you'll be able to prove your worth beyond a reasonable doubt.
And you know what, Thomas? That's the biggest problem. You've nailed it. You're 100% right. You think about, just take $170 million. First of all, every generation that will exist before a fireball takes this planet out, you'll be made. In 3 years, you will be eligible for a contract that if things trend the way they're trending in the NBA, he will be paid $400 million.
Pretty much.
You know what I'm saying? So that, Thomas, that's the problem I have with all this. This guy's acting like this is the last deal he's ever going to get, unless he knows he's fake. Oh, there's always that.
See, that's a tricky thing as well, because if the market is showing him right now that this is where he's at this 170, then he has to run with this, because he's not going to take no climb. You're not going to turn down 32 or, what is that? The qualifying offer is $9 million. You're not going to turn down all those double-digit millions for nothing.
No, and look, that's the problem in all of it is, look, if he does take the qualifying offer, and I don't believe that'll happen, but just because you brought it up, if he does, he's leaving. He's an unrestricted free agent next year. And then that messes with the team dynamic about, wait, we got a guy here who doesn't want to be here. That's the problem.
Right.
So, no, look, Thomas, I would love to see them do something. The fact that they've allowed Jalen Duren to kind of hold the purse strings here, that to me is bad management. I think you knew early on you weren't coming to a deal. They tried to get him signed early in the season last year, and he wanted more than they were offering. Then he had his fake regular season, tanked it in the playoffs. They could have easily had a deal done by now. The fact that you're getting a report today that he wants $287, that's why I asked him, Brendan, I'm not going $200 million for this guy.
Nope.
Okay, where are you happy? 180?
You know what I've
160?
What I've continued to bring up through this whole off season, which it's funny to think about now. Jalen Duren has held out longer than LeBron James as of a couple hours ago. But is there some reason we can't do 2 at 80, 2 at 70, a somewhat of a prove it deal? We don't believe that you're there yet to get the full 5-year max deal, and we think that's a fair assessment based on what you did in the playoffs. But if you want that much money, you can earn it in just 2 seasons, or we do 2 years and we'll renegotiate after the first year. Is there a reason, some rule that I'm not aware of, that we can't do that?
Not that I know of.
Because 35 or 40 million, it's less than what he wants AAV.
But the problem is, it's going to ruin their ability to get everybody. Like, look, they're still going to pay Sir Thompson. You can't pay. There's no world you can pay Duren $40 million.
But part of the reason they probably don't want to do the 5 at 287, A, because he's not worth that, is B, because Cade Cunningham's going to make $60 million in a couple of years.
Yep.
You don't want to have that much tied up in 2 players.
Another reason the Celtics did what they did.
Exactly.
I'm just being straight with you. You had 2 guys making super maxes. You just can't function that way long term.
And if you're going to max 2 guys, who are you going to max? Who do you want to max more, Thompson or Duren?
Can I choose neither?
Well, I would choose Thompson.
I would choose Asur.
Right.
I don't like Jalen Duren. I know I'm on an island. I don't need him. I could replace him very easily. But he's all NBA. Stop. Cut it out.
Mike, he's 22.
He's in his 4th year in the league. I understand that. He kind of is what he is. Like, pardon me, I don't envision him shooting 7 threes a game at a 38% clip anytime soon.
No.
Okay, so
I agree.
He's 22. Okay, right. What do you want me to say? He's been in the league for 4 years. Kills me when people do that. Okay, well then where's show me the improvement in the ways I need. Not bodying up a dilapidated East in a regular season. That doesn't do anything for me. Go to Daryl, 97.1. Darrell, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, good afternoon to you, man. I hope everyone's doing well this beautiful day.
Same to you.
I've got so many different takes on this, but I think with Jalen Duren, I want to first of all say that, franchises, they pay these players with an expectation of what they have the potential to become. With that being said, I agree with what you just said, which is, okay, he's been in the league for 4 years. What is his skill set? Yeah, he's probably gotten better, but has he gotten substantially better? And I would argue that he probably hasn't. Right? He probably hasn't. With that being said, we have to look at the Detroit franchise and the Detroit market. I don't think there's a lot of players that's kicking down doors to try and come to Detroit. And like Trajan said, it's got to be a two-way kind of, engagement. The player has to want to come to Detroit to play. And just like we're doing right now, to me, he's muddy in the water. The culture will never be the same as it was last year.
Well, depending on how this gets handled. Yeah. I still, it bothered me, and D, we're up against it. But look, if you listen any amount of time, it bothered me greatly when he took that trip to Sacramento for what you're saying. I mean, that is throwing your career in the toilet. Now, there's no world I think the Pistons are screwing him over. There's no world they're like, here's 5 at 6. Here's Beef Stew's money. No world. If they did that, I'd cape up for him. But he's out here at 287. I can't deal with that.
And to your point about the Sacramento trip, Mike, the fact that he went out there into the market thinking he was going to find a sign-in trade and someone that was willing to pay him that much money, the Lakers wasted his time and gave that money to Walker Kessler. And he comes back and has to, I don't know how he does it, realize that the market is not there for him at that much, and he's still being so stubborn that he wants
Yahoo
287.
Sports, 287. I mean, you got to get drug tested. We'll get more to people. We'll get the text. We got another fair or foul coming up. We got an AMC A-lister. David, when are you rolling out the Greater Life A-list program?
Never.
I'm telling you, man, it's a revenue stream.
You could get a brand new video board after like 2 months of this Greater Life.
And,
what are we calling it?
No, and priority communion.
Oh, the better tasting kind? What is that?
Yeah, they have like a lovely Napa
more
Cab.
salt on it?
No, like upgraded vino and finger foods instead of just the base communion.
Snacks.
The crostini. David, I got a whole program we can roll out. And we give the money back to the community. Come on, man.
I'm good.
Okay, 97.1. All right, I want to get right back to the people. David, we'll get the ticket text here in a second. Steve has been very patient. Stevie, nice to talk to you again, buddy. What's going on?
Well, Mike, for me, it's Scooble. I look at Durham as like a college kid, and he's getting some bad information from family members about how good he really is, and not giving him any. I'm not trying to, he's a grown man. He knows what he can do. He knows what's being said. He can cut that off and say, I'm going to be coming back at this. It's up to him. But Scooble, oh my gosh, I'm telling you right now, if the man doesn't shut his big flipping trap, I don't know what's going to do it. Everything he says makes him more distant. You're always going to have Scooble guys and gals that love him regardless. Sign him if it's for $800 million a year. Just do it. We love him. And I'm going to tell you, Mike, tell me if I'm wrong. Isn't he the best 5 or 6 inning pitcher in the whole major leagues? He is the best. But we need more than that with the team we have.
Look, I think, first of all, Steve, I want to say this, and I know you're a regular listener, and I mean, Shabath, I don't get those calls. Me and Rico do not get those calls. I can't remember the last time I got a call of somebody who went sign him at all costs. Don't trade him. I want to keep him. I know. Mean 97.1 will be to blame for public sentiment. No, people are free thinkers. Like, the guy has kind of turned himself into a bit of a heel here. So, yeah, I mean, Steve, I don't know where those people reside.
Oh, well, they do. Just so you know, and I hear them, it's not with you guys. You know the main reason why I like listening to you guys more than any of the other guys that are on during the day? It's because you hit me with the hard facts. I like facts because you know why? Facts take the emotion out. Facts take more of what are we really looking at. In the other stations, that's where you're going to get the guys that are talking about the Iserbots more. You're going to get more of the, and they allow it, and that's good. I mean,
I miss the bots. I always had a soft spot for the bots. And I didn't have much going on in life. Iserman was all they had. Now it's gone.
Well, I tell you, it's kind of makes me laugh, and it kind of makes me mad because it's a combination. But overall, you let them be. Sometimes you just got to let people be them. But I'm going to tell you, right now, Scooble, I couldn't even come close to wanting to pay him that kind of money because we're nowhere near a team to be able to be able to have him do 5 or 6 innings. And now that he's trying to go back and say, well, I didn't kind of mean, that's the same thing he did when he pulled himself literally out of the game against Seattle, and then he can try to come back and say, well, if I could do it different, I would have probably stayed in longer. You don't get second chances like that,
you do not.
Mr. Schoolboy.
Steve, it's also what he did with Team USA, where he said he was going to do one start. He made his one start, and then he couldn't leave the team. He had to be in the dugout as a cheerleader because he wished he stayed with them. It's what the team does. Flip flop, flip flop.
I know. No, and like I said,
snap.
But I haven't. I've laid down my sword months ago. You want to keep him? Keep him. You want to trade him? Trade him. I look at things with no emotion. Like, I'm trading him. I can't sign him. I can't risk losing him for a 4th round comp based on the luxury tax or a 1st round. I got to get what I can get. I didn't put myself in a strong enough position. Like I love this idea that beating up on the homeless shelter that is the Royals or the A's who are like 4-20 their last 24 games. That's what you're going to convince yourself to keep them on. I can't do that. I see it for what it is. Oh, the AL's bad. Right. And you're still 5 games under 500. Like, the AL's bad. You're a part of the reason. You and the Mariners, some of these other teams, they didn't deliver. I don't know. For me, when I get back from Saratoga, if he's here, I'm all in. Let's try to go win the damn thing. Do I think they'll do it? No, I do not. But if he's also traded, cool. It's training camp. I refuse to be emotionally attached in the lead up to the deadline. Now, if you think that's me being bad at my job, I'll take the slander. I can't do the everyday reactionary referendum stuff. I can't. So do I want him here? No, I'm ready for him to move on because it's all become very needy.
Yeah, and I think I agree with you about how nauseating this is to do and talk about and report on every single day. Yesterday, because you called me after the show and asked me if I had seen the Scooble comments, and I hadn't yet, so I went and watched the video. Yesterday was a boiling point for me personally, where after everything that we've done, from not trading him last year to not trading him at the winter meetings to the Seattle game to the World Baseball Classic to the I Want to Be Here, because like a week ago we had the I Want to Be Here, and it's like, then sign the contract, dude. And then he did it again yesterday. And he pushes back on the comments that he made, that, they come out a month after you made them, and now you want to walk them back and say, oh, well, I thought it was obvious. I thought it was common sense. No, Tarek, it's not common sense. Hindsight is 20/20, but you had some philosophical reflection on the fact that the team took you to court, and that's why you didn't talk about your hurt elbow.
I also didn't like the part where he was chirping fans.
Yeah.
Don't ever do that. Oh, like what do you think? People are going to feel sympathy for you because people yell mean things from the crowd 3 Miller Lights deep? Who cares, man? You make $30 million a year.
The texter said it. You make $88,000 a day, dude.
Right. And I understand that it's not like nice, but it was like Rico and I were joking around. I go, dude, we're doorknob radio hosts. People say mean stuff to us 4 hours a day, every damn day. I don't care. If you're going to care about that, you probably can't do this for a living. You probably can't have anything forward-facing. People are not nice, and people are going to project. Who cares? You just got to let it roll, man. Like, the idea that he thinks everyone needs to love him all the time is the part where I'm just like, dude, what are we doing here, man? Oh, people say a lot of things that aren't true. Yeah, welcome to being in the public eye. Are you kidding me?
And here's the thing, man. When you start to win games, when you go to the playoffs in back-to-back years and you win the Cy Young in both of those years, the expectations change. This isn't the happy-go-lucky story of 0.2% anymore. You can't go back to that and be seeking that emotion and that feeling and that love that you got 2 years ago, because the expectations have changed now. We expect you to win. You signed Framber Valdez. You signed Justin Verlander. You brought back Gleyber Torres and Kyle Finnegan and Flaherty. We want to go for a World Series.
Or do we? We'll go to Zach, 97. No, I mean, we'll see what they do at the deadline. Zach, go ahead, buddy.
How we doing, guys? Happy Friday, man.
What's going on, brother?
Oh, so just to comment with your Dern and Scooble thing of who you're more frustrated with, I'm just going to have to say it's Tarek, just for the parade of look at me, look at me, look at me. And it's really hard to keep doing this over and over. But my question for you guys is, how long do we have to keep doing this before someone on the team is tired of Tarek taking all the shine, When is someone going to say something about this that they're, as a team, like as a locker room, that they're getting irritated with it and they want it to end?
Boy, that's a great question. Maybe never.
I don't know that there's anybody in that locker room who would step up and say that.
Because it sucks, because, we just got done playing on ESPN, I think it was versus the Cubs, and all they could talk about is the situation with Tarek. Like, if I'm a player and I'm a Riley Green Kevin McGonigal's too young to probably go and voice his opinion like that, but as a locker room thing, like, it's really annoying that all we're doing is talking about you when we're trying to make a push for some type of playoff run.
No, I think it really depends on the individual makeup of a clubhouse. The issue here is he is by far and away their most accomplished player. I know the Verlander, but he's not pitching. And Tarek's in his prime. You don't have enough star power. Like, if you go back to what we all now consider the golden era of Tiger baseball, and you had a Miggy, and you had a V-Mart, and you had Verlander prime, Scherzer prime, David Price, Rick Porcello. You go up and down the list. You had Gary Sheffield here at one point. Like, now that type of clubhouse, that might be a problem. This is different. It's not like James Outman's going to walk in, and have a problem. So, like, I hear you, but this is actually the perfect clubhouse for this. Who's going to say anything?
Nobody. Mike, all those names you just rattled off of that old Tigers team, surely they won a World Series, right? Those are some pretty good names.
Don't start. I know, dude, they blew it. What do you want me to say? Between 06 and 12, plus the Red Sox
13's
series.
13's the criminal one. 13's the one I'll never get over.
What do you want me to say? Hey, 248, how disappointing. I lived it. I know.
Sorry.
That's okay. What about that cop in right laughing? All right, we're good.
Remember Torrey Hunter busted his head open?
Up next, your favorite Joaquin Benoit memories. If you've been thinking about a new truck, Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights, GM employee pricing for everyone on every light-duty GMC in stock, including Denali's. Look, whether it's for work, road trips, or anything in between, employee pricing. They have everything in stock. It's Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights, where you always get the best price, period. It's Moran Buick GMC. Visit them, Van Dyke, just south of 18 Mile, or shop anytime at moranexpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, part two. Let's get to it. It's the Shabath and Corbin special. It's fair or foul.
Brought to you by Corbin's Holy Bible. I'll start us off with another road trip one. Did a lot of driving up to the UP, over to Minneapolis, back down through Chicago. We did the whole tour of the Midwest to go on this road trip. And fair or foul, going less than 80 miles per hour in the left lane?
That's foul.
Absolutely foul.
That's foul.
Because I experienced this quite a bit. And now most people are good about getting over if you're getting up on
That's all
them.
I ask.
But all these roads that we're on this trip, we're all going on long road trips. Nobody's going 30 minutes to work out here. I mean, we're all taking multi-hour trips. If you're going to be in the left lane,
You're in the boonies.
You got to push on it a little bit.
No. All I ask is if you don't want to go that fast, that is not a problem. Please
Absolutely.
move to the right.
Right.
You are not the sheriff. You are not the controller. You're not HR. You don't get to control what other people do. I hate the people that get in the left lane and they squat.
Well, yeah,
it's foul.
It's
ridiculous.
It's not just patrolling the other cars. It's like if you're the driver and you're on a road like that, you got to pay attention. Some people are just like oblivious to the fact that they're in the left lane going 72. Come on, dude. We got to move over.
Yeah, it's egregious. If you're in the left lane, there's a minimal requirement of in terms of speed what you should be going. And if it's 80 or less, then you shouldn't even have a license.
Got to start with an 8.
It has to start with a 9, but
that is not the case. That is a little much,
but
David.
It's foul. Yeah, get out of my way.
You're not trying to get pulled over. You're just trying to move at an acceptable gray area rate of speed.
I'm always good. Never get pulled over.
Okay, all right.
Or maybe it should start with a 1. All right, moving on. Moving on from that.
Oh, that's too much for you, David? This guy's like 95 or nothing.
Fair or foul, and I'll add a little bit more context after I say it. Fair or foul. People who don't put out their garbage properly on garbage day. So I like to do a lot of cardio, bike, walking. And in my subdivision, there are a couple of houses I've noticed who they'll put out the bin, they're recycling, but then if they had pizza multiple times, they'll stack up the boxes, not put them in a bag or whatever. Basically, it's kind of have loose garbage where it's like, hey, like certain boxes like a TV, sure, go for it. But I'm talking small things that just put them in a bin. That's all you need to do, kind of, condense things properly. And when the wind comes, it's kind of all going in the street and whatnot. It's criminal.
God.
Yeah.
Where the hell do you live? All right, foul.
Chesterfield, baby.
Foul. But is this affecting your cardio exercise? There's a sidewalk. Is
It's
there not?
unsightly. He doesn't want to look at it.
Okay, yeah,
that part
right.
as well. And I will say, when I bike, I'm on the street, so
Okay.
got to move around
There
some
you
things.
go. Yeah, I will say, so you talk about, a big TV box, people leaving it out. When we moved just a couple of weeks ago, we had thousands and thousands of boxes. Learned the hard way, better be in the bin or they're not taking it.
Yeah, you got to break your boxes down.
I know.
Okay, I'm just trying to help.
Well, he's talking about people leaving TV boxes out in Chesterfield.
It sounds like he lives near animals. I got nothing for you.
Yeah,
Are you floating garbage on his bike ride? What the hell are we doing here?
I thought it was standard to break down your box, whatever it is.
Yeah,
and
it's
put it in
common
a bin.
sense.
Corbin swallows someone's
Foul.
old sandwich wrapper that's floating in the wind. He's on his bike.
I hope it's a PB&J wrapper.
All
What
right.
on earth?
Fair or foul? Experienced this yesterday. Using "Hi, how are you" as a greeting if you're a solicitor. Because what happened, I'm walking in a wholesale grocery store. I'm on a mission. We're here for a specific item and we're on a time crunch. I'm walking there. I'm not paying attention to what stands and what signs and who's advertising around me. But some nice young woman goes, "Hi, how are you?" Mike, what would you answer to "Hi, how are you"?
Good. How are you?
Exactly what I did.
But
And
now
then-
you're engaged in a conversation.
Yes. Oh, what internet do you have? What cell phone provider do you have? How much do you pay for it? Would you like to check? No, I'm good. I'm actively walking away. I'm not trying to be rude where I just completely stonewall the person, but I'm clearly not interested. So don't take advantage of my kindness as a good human being to answer with "Good, how are you?" as an opportunity to try to sell me something.
See, that's when you got, sorry, brother, got no change. Keep walking. I can't be doing this right now. I got things to do.
This is tough because I try to have a soft spot for people that are doing a job nobody wants. Nobody wants to be the solicitor, just like you don't want to be the solicitee.
Exactly.
But that feels like a shady tactic. I'm going to say just over the foul line. Slightly foul.
Yes.
Because you still do reserve the right, once you realize you've been hoodwinked, you go silent and keep walking.
Yes, and that's why I brought it up, because I thought it was a good one, because even though
It is.
I was the solicitee who was annoyed in this situation, I do understand and see
That's
the side
right.
of, you got to sell something. You got bills to pay.
It's fair. They're doing their job. I think this was on you. Just keep quickly walking by. They will never say anything to you.
But that's just straight up ignoring them. I mean, it was clearly directed
But you're in a
at
hurry.
me.
You already said you're in a hurry. You know what you have to do. They don't know that. So they're trying to say hi. They don't know you're in a hurry because you know. Just keep quickly walking by.
I think I would say fair had eye contact been made. There was no eye contact prior to the hi, how are you? If I glance and you want to greet, fine. But I was locked in on where we were going for this item, and I was thrown off to the side.
See, if I see someone,
you tell I watch Seinfeld.
If I see someone who unfortunately has to be a solicitor from afar, I'll do the fake I'm on a phone, move. Be like, oh, hey, mom, how you doing? Oh, sorry, I'm on the phone right now. I'm sorry, guys.
Corbin has no time or change for anybody.
Not at all. All right, moving on from that. Fair or foul? And this was a late addition to my Bible because David kind of reamed me out back here about it. Fair or foul? Being an NBA Cup fan.
That's foul.
Excuse me?
Being an NBA Cup fan.
It's foul, man. No
What the hell
one
is
cares
fair?
about the NBA Cup.
I love it.
Oh, the stupid in-season tournament?
I love it.
No, foul. Immediate
Let
loser.
me tell you-
That's
real
a
quick,
dead loser.
So we now have, in the last two shows, Summer League, League Pass, and NBA Cup fan from Corbin Simons.
I told you I love me some association. Let me
And
put it this
apparently
way.
you love the 80s NBA because all the shorts you wear to work are 3-inch inseam.
They had a good look back then, damn it.
Brother, you're not Larry Bird. You're showing egregious thigh. Get some gloves.
It's like Shabbat said, I got to show off the tattoo. I
I'm
spend my
just
hard-earned
making a
USD
point.
on
He
it.
really wants you to know
Dude,
he's got that
This
Spider-Man
guy,
tattoo.
you may as well have Kevin McHale producing our show today. It's unbelievable. He saunters in. He's got phosphorus white legs. Put some shorts
Let me
on.
add some context to this NBA Cup.
Jeez.
After LeBron's moved now to Philadelphia, the B region in the East, Knicks, Sixers, Heat,
what are we
Cavs,
doing?
Pacers. That's must-watch television, baby.
Next, immediately. Please, God, next.
All right, let's do this one. This one's a bit of a sports one. I don't know that anybody here has seen this. Caught my eye today on social media. Fair or foul? Wearing gear of the team you requested a trade from in off-season workouts, then posting the video of you in said gear on social media.
But you're not on the team yet, right?
No, you're still on the team. Your trade request hasn't gone through, but you have actively requested to be traded from this team, and you post an off-season video of you wearing their practice sweater.
No, it's foul. That's foul.
Yeah, foul, 100%.
And there it is.
Is that Steve Harvey?
No, this is fair because he was working out before this with Team USA gear. So the fact that he's changed over may mean something.
Oh.
So it's fair.
Ooh, read between the lines.
I hate that show. Is that fair or foul? I think that show is such garbage.
It's gone downhill since he's hosted. So
I hate. You know what it is?
So.
I hate the families. I don't hate Steve Harvey. I hate the families. Like
good answer.
Yeah, but now they're all wearing like Oompa Loompa matching outfits, and they're all like fake excited. And
Mike,
I'm like,
what's your favorite color? Banana. Good answer.
I hate that show. Awful. It's just. Well, I'll leave it alone. I'm sorry. Okay, we're up against it. Let's move along. That's fair or foul.
Brought to you by Rapid Roofing. LeBron James has inked a 2-year deal with the Philadelphia 76ers worth just $8 million. He's taking a near $50 million pay cut from last season. He said the following on X, quote, "This is my last decision. I'm not going for money," end quote. The governor of Pennsylvania has declared it LeBron James Day. Yahoo Sports wrote the Pistons big man Jalen Duren wants a max. Mike just got a shirt with LeBron James Day on it. It'll be here tomorrow. A max deal for 5 years and $287 million. Quote, "We're talking about a multi-million-dollar difference in valuation between player and organization," end quote.